My best friend Chloe and I were experts at the art of aimless shopping. This was in the fall of 2019, when we were both 19, navigating part-time jobs and community college classes. Our favorite escape was the sprawling, slightly dated mall about 20 minutes from our town in upstate New York. It was our sanctuary, a place where we could spend a whole day wandering, trying on clothes we couldn't afford, and surviving on free samples from the food court. On a chilly, overcast Tuesday in November, we found ourselves with a rare, unscheduled day off. The mall was practically a ghost town. It was that quiet, pre-holiday lull when most people were at work or school. We loved it when it was like this. It felt like we had the whole place to ourselves. After a few hours of window shopping, we ended up in the huge, echoey food court for a late lunch. We were the only 2 people in the entire seating area. We chose a small table at the far end, near the entrance to the main concourse, and talked and laughed over our greasy slices of pizza. As we were eating, I noticed a man walk into the food court. At first, I didn't pay him any mind. But then, instead of heading towards the food vendors, he started walking towards our side of the empty seating area. He was a tall, unnervingly thin man, probably in his late 20s or early 30s. He had a shock of bright, fiery red hair that was impossible to miss and a pale, gaunt face. There were hundreds of empty tables, including a cozy seating area by a large, fake fireplace, but he chose a table just 3 or 4 spots away from us. He sat down, facing us, and didn't take his eyes off of us. I tried to ignore it. I didn't want to seem paranoid, but it was impossible. He wasn't on his phone. He wasn't reading anything. He didn't even have any food. He was just sitting there, his long, pale fingers steepled on the table in front of him and staring. It was an intense, predatory gaze that made the skin on my neck prickle. I didn't say anything to Chloe right away. He was close enough that he could have overheard us. I just kept my voice light and tried to continue our conversation, but my senses were on high alert. After about 10 minutes of this silent, unnerving surveillance, I knew I had to test my theory. I needed to know if this was just a coincidence, if he was just some weirdo lost in his own thoughts, or if his focus was truly on us. "Hey," I said to Chloe, a little louder than necessary. "Let's go get some Starbucks when we're done here. I need the caffeine if we're going to keep shopping." She readily agreed. As soon as we stood up and grabbed our trays, the man got up from his table. He started walking in the direction of the Starbucks, which was just outside the food court. We walked about 20 feet behind him, my heart starting to beat a little faster. Just as I had predicted, he walked right into the Starbucks and got in the short line. He stood there, his back to us, his posture rigid and tense. When he got to the counter, the barista asked for his order. He seemed flustered, as if he hadn't thought that far ahead. Yeah, just give me that," he mumbled, pointing a long, bony finger at the first pastry he saw in the display case. He paid, took his cake pop, and then just left the coffee shop without ordering a drink. It was so obvious that he had no intention of being there. He had just followed our lead. I was relieved when he left. We got our coffees and continued our shopping trip, and for a while, I managed to push him out of my mind. I convinced myself that the weirdness was over. It wasn't. An hour later, we left the mall. I had to run an errand for my mom, so we drove to the Walmart across town. We were there for about half an hour, grabbing the items on my mom's list. Forgetting all about the man from the mall, we found ourselves in the toy aisle. My niece's birthday was coming up, and I was looking for a gift. I left Chloe in the main aisle looking at dolls, while I went down a side aisle that was filled with board games. As soon as I rounded the corner, my heart stopped and plummeted into my stomach. There he was, the same tall, rail-thin man with the bright red hair. He was standing in the middle of the aisle, pretending to look at a shelf of brightly colored toys for little girls, but his eyes darted towards me the second I appeared. I froze for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds. We made eye contact, and in that moment, I saw a flicker of something in his expression, recognition, and something else, something cold and calculating. I immediately spun around, my back to him, and walked quickly back to the main aisle. I grabbed Chloe by the wrist, my grip tight and urgent. We have to go. Now, I whispered, my voice shaking. Without saying another word, I pulled her with me towards the front of the store. When we were in the crowded main aisle near the checkout lanes, I pulled out my phone and called my mom. I explained the situation to her in a loud, clear voice, making sure the shoppers around us could hear. "There's a man following us," I said, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and adrenaline. "He was at the mall, and now he's here at Walmart." My mom, bless her, stayed calm and told us to check out immediately, to not go to our car alone, and to pay attention to see if he followed us out of the store. We got in the busiest checkout line we could find. I kept scanning the store, but I didn't see him again. We paid for our things, and then, as my mom had instructed, we asked a large, friendly-looking male security guard at the exit if he would mind walking us to our car. We explained the situation, and he was more than happy to help. As we walked through the parking lot, I scanned every row of cars, my heart pounding. We didn't see him. The guard waited until we were safely in my car with the doors locked before he went back inside. I peeled out of that parking lot, my eyes glued to the rearview mirror. For the entire 20-minute drive back to my apartment, I was a nervous wreck, checking every car behind me, convinced I would see his distinctive red hair in the driver's seat of a car tailing us. But we made it home without incident. We never saw him again. I have no idea what his intentions were that day, but I am certain they were not good. It was a terrifying reminder that danger isn't always obvious. Sometimes it just sits a few tables away, watching and waiting. Always, always trust your gut. If a situation feels wrong, it probably is. Sixth grade, back in 2020, was a strange and awkward time. It was my first year of middle school, a whole new world of changing classes, crowded hallways, and confusing social hierarchies. My first period class every day was language arts. The room was always cold, and the teacher had us arranged in 4 large clusters of desks. I was in the cluster by the windows, next to the class library. I sat with 4 other kids, but the only 2 who really matter to this story are Liam and Ethan. Liam was my friend, a loud, goofy kid who's almost always getting in trouble for talking. Ethan was the opposite. He was unnervingly quiet. He rarely spoke, never participated in class discussions, and seemed to exist in a world of his own. He was an outcast, not because anyone bullied him, but because he seemed to radiate an aura that kept people away. Our group was supposed to be reading a novel together, taking turns reading chapters aloud. Ethan never participated. He would just sit there, his Chromebook open, completely ignoring us. Liam, who had little patience for people not pulling their weight, was getting increasingly annoyed. After several days of Ethan doing nothing, Liam finally snapped. "What are you even doing on that thing anyway?" he said loudly, standing up and grabbing the Chromebook from Ethan's desk. Ethan didn't even try to stop him. He just watched, a strange knowing look on his face. Liam's joking expression vanished the second he looked at the screen. He made a choked, disgusted sound. "Dude, what is wrong with you?" he said, his voice dropping to a shocked whisper. Curious, I asked him what was on the screen. Liam turned the Chromebook so the rest of us could see. Ethan had multiple tabs open, and they were all filled with gruesome, graphic images. There were pictures of human bones piled up in mass graves and clinical, autopsy-style photos of internal organs laid out on a metal tray. It was shocking and deeply unsettling for a group of 11-year-olds to see. But the images weren't the scariest part. The scariest part was the look on Ethan's face. He was smiling. It wasn't a normal smile. It was a wide, triumphant, and utterly chilling grin, as if he were proud that we had discovered his secret world. As his eyes landed on me, a shiver went down my spine. Anger and disgust boiled up inside me. "You need to do the work with the rest of us and stop being a creepy freak," I snapped. I immediately regretted my words. His smile vanished instantly, but he never stopped looking at me. He just stared, his expression now completely blank and unreadable. The intensity of his gaze was terrifying. My outburst got the attention of the teacher. who came over and gave our whole group a lecture about staying on task and being respectful. While she was talking, Ethan calmly started deleting his search history, his movements slow and deliberate. None of us said a word. We just watched him erase the evidence. My best friend Sophie and I had lunch together, and I told her what had happened. She was just as creeped out as I was. But we were kids, and our attention spans were short. We were excited because she was spending the night at my house, and by the end of the school day, the incident with Ethan had mostly faded from our minds. We got on the school bus, talking and laughing about what movies we were going to watch that night. The bus dropped us off at our stop, and we started the short walk to my house. When we got inside, the first thing we noticed was that my dog, a usually boisterous beagle mix named Buster, was barking his head off in his crate in the finished basement. It was a frantic, high-pitched barking that was unusual for him. We just figured he was excited we were home and really had to go to the bathroom. Sophie took her shoes off first and started walking down the short flight of stairs that led to the basement where we always hung our coats. Suddenly, she stopped dead on the third step and let out a blood-curdling scream. She didn't move. She just stood there, frozen, staring into the dimly lit basement. "What's wrong? What did you see?" I asked, my heart starting to pound. She was completely white, her eyes wide with terror. I looked past her, down into the basement, and I saw a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye, a dark shape darting behind the large sofa. Sophie finally responded, her voice a terrified whisper. "Get a weapon." I listened to her, but in my panicked state, I grabbed the stupidest thing imaginable, a decorative throw pillow from the entryway bench. Sophie, thankfully, had more sense. She ran into the kitchen, pulled the biggest knife out of the butcher block, and charged down the stairs. I followed her, my stupid pillow held out in front of me like a shield. We didn't know what we were looking for, only that Sophie had seen someone. We searched the entire basement, our hearts hammering in our chests. We checked behind the sofa, inside the laundry room, in the small storage closet under the stairs. There wasn't a single place we didn't look. But whatever, or whoever, Sophie had seen was gone. The only sign that something was wrong was Buster, who was still whining and cowering in the back of his crate. When we were finally convinced the basement was empty, Sophie told me what she had seen. She said that when she looked down the stairs, there was a person on the floor, crouched next to Buster's crate, messing with one of his chew toys. She couldn't see their face clearly, but she knew it wasn't one of my parents. The news sent a fresh wave of terror through me. We didn't tell my parents when they got home. We were afraid they wouldn't believe us, that they would think we were just making it up. The story couldn't get any worse, or so I thought. The next day at school, as I walked into homeroom, Ethan walked right up to me. "Hey," he said, his voice calm and casual, as if we were friends. "I thought you should know. I really enjoy crawling around in your basement. It's a lot of fun." He then gave me that same creepy, triumphant smile from the day before, turned, and calmly walked away. It felt like the floor had dropped out from under me. Somehow, my creepy classmate had broken into my house and had just been chilling in my basement. I don't know why he was there or what he was really doing, but the thought of him in my home in the dark is a violation that still makes my skin crawl. I was 9 years old in the summer of 2017, an age where the world feels boundless and the woods behind your house are an uncharted continent. My family lived in a row of drab vinyl-sided townhouses in a forgotten corner of southern Pennsylvania. It wasn't the best neighborhood. You'd hear sirens at night, and my parents were always warning my older brother, Leo, and me about strangers. But to us, it was home. Our particular row of townhouses backed up against a steep, wooded hill. It wasn't a huge forest, more like a thick belt of trees that separated our development from the next. But to a group of kids, it was the wilderness. My crew consisted of my brother Leo, who was 13 and our self-proclaimed leader, and our two best friends who lived next door, Sam and his little sister, Maya. We spent every possible moment of that hot, sticky summer exploring those woods. We had our usual spots: a fallen log that served as a pirate ship, a small clearing where we built a flimsy fort out of fallen branches, and a shallow creek where we'd try to catch crayfish. We knew the boundaries our parents had set for us. Don't go past the creek, and never, ever go all the way to the top of the hill. The top of the hill was a mystery. We were told it flattened out and led to an old, unused access road, but to us, it was a forbidden land that held untold secrets. One sweltering afternoon in August, when the air was so thick with humidity it felt like you were breathing water, Leo got a rebellious look in his eyes. "I'm bored of the creek," he announced. "I want to see what's at the top." Sam and I exchanged nervous glances. It was the ultimate taboo. But the heat had made us restless, and the allure of breaking the biggest rule was too strong to resist. Even Maya, who was usually the most cautious of our group, was on board. We made a pact of secrecy and started our ascent. The hike was steeper and more difficult than we had imagined. The familiar, well-worn paths quickly disappeared, and we were pushing our way through thorny bushes and thick undergrowth. The further up we went, the darker and quieter the woods became. The familiar sounds of our neighborhood, distant traffic, a barking dog, faded away, replaced by an unnerving silence. We were all sweating, and our legs were scratched and burning, but we kept going, fueled by a mixture of excitement and trepidation. As we neared the crest of the hill, the dense canopy of leaves began to thin, and we could see patches of bright blue sky. We also started to notice a strange, faint smell, a sour, unpleasant odor like old garbage left out in the sun. We ignored it, figuring it was just a dead animal or something. We finally broke through the last line of trees and found ourselves in a small, sun-drenched clearing. It wasn't an access road. It was a makeshift camp. There was a tattered blue tarp stretched between two trees, creating a crude lean-to. Underneath, it was a dirty sleeping bag and a pile of what looked like old rags. A few feet away was a blackened circle of rocks that served as a fire pit, filled with ash and burnt tin cans. The whole area was littered with trash. Empty food containers, crushed beer cans, and plastic bags snagged on the branches of the surrounding bushes. This was the source of the foul smell. We all stood there in stunned silence. This wasn't some forgotten wilderness. Someone was living here. That realization was like a bucket of ice water. The thrill of our adventure instantly evaporated, replaced by a cold, prickling fear. We weren't supposed to be here. This was someone's home, and we were intruders. "We should go," Maya whispered, her voice trembling. Before any of us could move, we heard a sound. A twig snapped somewhere behind us, back in the direction we had come from. We all froze, our hearts hammering in our chests. We slowly turned around, our eyes scanning the dense woods. For a moment there was nothing. Then we heard a low, guttural giggle. It was a sound that didn't belong in the woods, a sound that made the hair on my arms stand up. More crunching sounds followed, the heavy, deliberate footsteps of someone trying and failing to be quiet. And then we saw him. A figure emerged from the shadows of the trees. He was a tall, rail-thin man, but his most striking feature was that he was covered, from head to toe, in a thick layer of dirt and grime. His skin was so caked with filth that it looked like he was wearing a suit of dried mud. His hair was long and matted, and his beard was a tangled mess. The only clothing he wore was a pair of disgusting yellowed boxer shorts that hung loosely on his skeletal frame. He just stood there, about 30 feet away, watching us. He wasn't moving. He wasn't speaking. But the thing that terrified me the most was his smile. His teeth were yellow and broken, and his lips were pulled back in a wide, silent grin. His eyes, two dark points in his grimy face, were fixed on us with an unnerving intensity. Time seemed to stop. We were 4 children, paralyzed by fear, staring at this creature who had emerged from our worst nightmares. Leo was the first to break the spell. "Run!" he screamed, his voice cracking, and we did. We turned and bolted, scrambling and stumbling back down the hill. We didn't look back, but we could hear him behind us. He wasn't running, but we could hear his heavy, crashing footsteps as he followed. accompanied by that same horrible, giggling laugh. Adrenaline coursed through my veins. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, tears streaming down my face, the sound of branches whipping past my ears. We burst out of the woods and didn't stop running until we were safely in my backyard, gasping for breath, our bodies trembling and covered in scratches. We never told our parents what happened. We were too scared of the trouble we would get into for breaking the rules. But we never went back into those woods again. For the rest of that summer, we stayed in our own yards, and every time I looked up at that hill, at that dark line of trees, I would feel a chill run down my spine. I would remember the man made of dirt and his silent, terrifying smile. We never knew who he was or what he wanted, but I know that if we hadn't run when we did, our story could have had a much darker ending. I was 14 in the summer of 2022. It was one of those relentlessly hot Texas summers where the air feels thick enough to swim through and the pavement radiates heat in shimmering waves. My grandmother had driven in from Louisiana to visit for a week. She was staying at a Marriott Courtyard downtown, one of those reliable, clean places that wasn't too fancy but had a nice outdoor pool. To escape the oppressive heat, my mom suggested we spend the afternoon swimming there. My best friend was supposed to come with us, but she had to cancel at the last minute, so it was just my mom, my grandma, and me. The hotel itself looked perfectly normal from the outside, a standard brick building with manicured shrubs. But the moment we stepped into the lobby, the atmosphere felt a little off. The lighting was dim, casting long shadows, and the air was still and overly perfumed with some generic floral scent. The decor was a strange mix of modern furniture and gaudy, outdated art from the 90s. It gave the place a slightly unsettling, liminal feel, like a place caught between two different eras. After changing into my swimsuit in my grandma's chilly, sterile room, we made our way out to the pool area. It was a small, rectangular pool, surrounded by a concrete patio with a handful of tables and lounge chairs. Another family was already there, with 3 young kids splashing loudly in the shallow end while their parents watched from a table under a large umbrella. There was also a man sitting alone at a table in the corner, scrolling through his phone. He was probably in his late 30s, with a medium build, dark hair, and a nondescript polo shirt and shorts. He didn't look threatening or unusual in any way, so I barely registered his presence as I walked past. My mom and grandma settled at a table in the shade while I slipped into the cool, welcoming water of the pool. The initial shock of the cold was a blissful relief from the afternoon heat. For a while, I was perfectly content, swimming lazy laps from one end to the other and floating on my back, watching the clouds drift across the vast blue sky. After about 20 minutes, I paused at the edge of the pool to catch my breath. I happened to glance over towards the man in the corner. He wasn't looking at his phone anymore. He was staring directly at me. His expression was blank, unreadable. I felt a flicker of discomfort and quickly looked away, submerging myself and swimming to the other side of the pool. I told myself I was imagining things. Maybe he was just zoning out in my direction. But a few minutes later, I looked again, and his gaze was still fixed on me. It was intense and unwavering. The uncomfortable flicker grew into a persistent thrum of anxiety. I tried to ignore it, to focus on the water and the sounds of the children playing, but I could feel his eyes on me, a heavy, tangible presence. Another half an hour passed. I was trying my best to enjoy myself, but the man's constant staring had cast a dark shadow over the afternoon. Finally, I looked over at his table again and saw that he was gone. A profound sense of relief washed over me. The tension I hadn't fully realized I was holding in my shoulders and neck finally released. I could finally swim in peace. After a few more minutes, I realized I needed to use the restroom. There wasn't one in the immediate pool area, so the only option was to go back up to my grandma's room, which was conveniently on the ground floor, not far from the pool entrance. I swam to the edge, told my mom and grandma where I was going, and grabbed the room key. My grandma also asked if I could refill her water bottle and grab a bag of chips from the room, so I took her things and headed inside. The hallway was long, quiet, and cool after the bright heat of the outdoors. The beige walls were lined with identical brown doors, and the patterned carpet muffled my footsteps. As I walked, an uneasy feeling began to creep over me. The silence felt heavy, watchful. I looked down the long corridor and saw a housekeeping cart parked at the far end. Then, looking the other way, towards the lobby, I saw him, the man from the pool. He was just standing there, near the ice machine. My heart started to beat a little faster. I told myself it was just a coincidence. The door to the pool was right behind me. Of course, he would be in this hallway. I was just being paranoid. I reached my grandma's room, number 112, and fumbled with the key card. My hands were suddenly slick with sweat, and I couldn't seem to get the angle right. I swiped it once, twice, but the little green light refused to appear. As I was struggling, I heard the soft sound of footsteps on the carpet coming towards me. I didn't look up, but I knew it was him. I focused all my energy on the lock, praying for it to open. The footsteps got closer. I tried to rationalize his presence. He was just walking past, heading to his own room. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the lock clicked open. I practically fell into the room, turning immediately to shut the heavy door behind me. But before I could, the door was shoved open with incredible force, sending me stumbling backward. The pool man was there, his face no longer blank but twisted into a terrifying, predatory smirk. I opened my mouth and screamed, a raw, primal sound of pure terror. He lunged at me, pushing me to the floor and landing on top of me. His weight was crushing, pinning me to the carpet. I could smell the stale scent of cigarettes and sweat on him. He clawed at my bikini top, trying to rip it off, his fingers digging into my skin. I thrashed and fought, kicking and trying to push him off, but he was too strong. He held me down with one hand while the other fumbled with my swimsuit. I kept screaming, hoping someone, anyone, would hear me. Just as a wave of despair washed over me, thinking this was it, the door burst open again. A cleaning lady stood in the doorway, her eyes wide with shock and horror. The man froze for a second, then scrambled off of me, shoving the small woman out of his way as he fled. I could hear his footsteps pounding down the hallway as he ran. A moment later, my mom and grandma rushed into the room, their faces pale with fear. They had heard my screams from the pool area. Hotel security was called, and they found him hiding on the top floor. The police arrived shortly after, and he was arrested. I had to sit there, wrapped in a hotel towel, and answer their questions, my voice shaking as I recounted what had happened. That day changed everything for me. For years, I had terrible nightmares and developed a deep fear of hotels. I missed out on family vacations and school trips because the thought of staying in a hotel room filled me with crippling anxiety. It took a long time and a lot of therapy to even begin to feel safe again. To the man who attacked me in my grandma's hotel room, I have nothing left to say except that I hope he never has the chance to hurt anyone else again. I live in a small, forgotten town in southern Ohio, the kind of place where everyone knows your business and the biggest event of the year is the county fair. From late 2021 until the spring of 2022, I worked at the local Dollar General. It wasn't a glamorous job, but it paid the bills. The store was a revolving door of employees, most of them high school kids or people just trying to make ends meet. It was during my time there that I met a woman I'll call Rebecca. Rebecca wasn't with us for very long, maybe a couple of months at most. She was a quiet woman in her late 30s, with mousy brown hair that she always wore in a messy bun and eyes that seemed to be perpetually tired. On the surface, she seemed nice enough, sweet even, but there was always something slightly off about her. It wasn't anything you could put your finger on, just a general strangeness in the way she interacted with people. She had a habit of staring a little too long during conversations, and her smile never quite reached her eyes. She would laugh at odd moments or share details about her personal life that were just a little too intimate for a workplace acquaintance. I remember we would take our smoke breaks together out by the dumpsters behind the store. I vaped, she smoked cigarettes, and we would talk. She told me about her husband and her young daughter, who was around 10 years old at the time. She would talk about them in a flat, detached way that I found unsettling. She never seemed particularly happy or sad, just neutral. Most of our other coworkers were pretty mean to her. They mocked her for being slow and for her inability to ever get the cash drawer to balance at the end of her shift. It bothered me, so I made an effort to be nice to her. I would stand up for her when the others were being cruel and try to help her when she was struggling with a task. Eventually, she was fired. The manager said it was because the register was consistently short on her shifts, but I think it was also because she just made everyone uncomfortable. I felt bad for her. She seemed like someone who was just down on her luck and couldn't catch a break. After she was fired, she texted me a few times. The messages were always strange and rambling, sent at odd hours of the night. She would ask what I was doing or tell me about a dream she had. I usually gave short, polite replies, hoping she would stop. After a few weeks, she did. Life went on. I ended up quitting the Dollar General and going back to my old job at a local diner. I pretty much forgot all about Rebecca. Until a few days ago, I was scrolling through Facebook when I saw a post from a local news station that made my stomach drop. The headline read, "Local girl, 10, found murdered. Parents arrested." I clicked on the article and my heart stopped. The picture was of Rebecca and her husband. I read the horrific details, my mind struggling to process the words. Their daughter had been brutally murdered, and the police believed that her husband had committed the act while Rebecca not only watched but actively encouraged him. They found the little girl's body in the woods behind their trailer. The article detailed a history of abuse and neglect that was sickening to read. I felt like I was going to be sick. This was the same woman I had shared smoke breaks with, the woman I had defended, the woman I had felt sorry for. I started replaying every interaction I ever had with her, searching for signs I had missed. I remembered her telling me once that her daughter was difficult and a liar, but I had dismissed it as a parent just venting. I remembered the strange, vacant look in her eyes. I remembered the odd texts she sent me after she was fired. Looking back, all these little things that had seemed merely off at the time now looked like giant, waving red flags. The news spread through our small town like wildfire. Everyone was disgusted, horrified. I went into work at the diner the next day, and it was all anyone could talk about. I found out more details from my old coworkers from the Dollar General who came in for coffee. They were just as shocked as I was. We all remembered her as the weird, incompetent woman who couldn't count money. None of us could have imagined she was capable of being involved in something so monstrous. It's a chilling, sickening feeling to know that you've stood next to a monster and had no idea. I helped that woman. I was kind to her. I tried to protect her from the meanness of others. The thought that I was friendly with someone who could participate in the murder of her own child makes my skin crawl. It has completely shattered my perception of people. You think you can get a read on someone, that you can tell if they are good or bad. But you can't. You never really know what darkness is lurking behind a person's eyes. The housing market crash of the late 2000s hit my parents' small business hard, but it also, in a strange way, created it. They ran a cleaning service in a suburb of Phoenix, Arizona, and in 2011, their main source of income became cleaning out foreclosed homes. It was a grim business. They would go into these houses that had been abandoned, sometimes in a hurry, and make them presentable for the banks to sell. I was only 4 years old at the time, and with money being tight, my parents couldn't afford a babysitter, so I became their little shadow, tagging along from one sad, empty house to the next. Most of the houses were just dirty and neglected, filled with the ghosts of forgotten belongings and broken dreams. But there was one house I will never forget. It was in a newer, well-established neighborhood, a stucco and tile roof affair that looked perfectly normal from the outside. But the moment we stepped through the front door, I felt it. The air inside was heavy and cold, a stark contrast to the blistering Arizona heat outside. The house was mostly empty, the furniture already removed by the bank, which made the silence inside feel vast and unnatural. Even at 4, I knew this place was different. I was normally an adventurous kid, eager to explore the empty rooms and slide across the wood floors in my socks. But in this house, I found myself clinging to my mother's leg, unwilling to venture off on my own. I remember the constant, unnerving feeling of being watched, of not being welcome. My parents, focused on the job, initially dismissed my apprehension as me just being a clingy toddler. The job, which at first seemed simple, quickly turned into a frustrating, never-ending ordeal. Strange things started happening. My mom would mop a floor, and minutes later, a trail of dark, wet footprints would appear, leading from the front door into the kitchen. My dad went to check every entrance, but the house was sealed tight. No one was there. My parents started getting irritable, blaming each other of the desert winds. A brand new bottle of glass cleaner would vanish from the kitchen counter only to reappear hours later in the bathtub of the master bathroom. One afternoon, my parents and I were all in the living room when we heard the distinct sound of a bedroom door at the end of the hall, slamming shut with such force that the walls seemed to vibrate. My dad went to check, but the door was now locked from the inside. He had to jimmy it open with a credit card. The room was, of course, empty. The real turning point, the moment my parents could no longer deny that something was deeply wrong with the house, came when they were cleaning the garage. I was playing with my toys on the driveway, just outside the open garage door. My mom let out a sharp, horrified gasp. I looked up and saw her staring at one of the wooden support beams of the garage ceiling. My dad went over to see what was wrong, and then he just stood there, his shoulders slumping. Hanging from the beam was the frayed, broken end of a thick rope. A suffocating feeling of dread filled the space. I didn't understand what it meant, but I could feel the raw, palpable sadness that emanated from that broken rope. I believe now that someone had taken their own life in that garage, and their despair had soaked into the very walls of the house. After that, the work continued, but with a new, somber tension. A little while later, my dad was in the hallway, changing the batteries in a smoke detector. I was standing nearby, watching him. He was on a small stepladder, fumbling with the plastic cover, when my mom called him into the kitchen for something. "Watch this for me, sweetie," he said, leaving the smoke detector and the new batteries on the floor before leaving me alone in the hall. I stood there, in the beige, featureless corridor, and I felt a presence. The air grew colder. I looked towards the end of the hall, and a shadow began to coalesce out of the dim light. It wasn't a normal shadow cast by an object. It was a deep, inky blackness that seemed to absorb the light around it, slowly taking on a vague, human-like shape. It started to drift towards me. As it moved, the doors on either side of the hallway began to click shut, one by one, with a soft, final thud. 1, 2, 3, 4. I should have been terrified. I should have been screaming. But I wasn't. As the shadow grew closer, I wasn't afraid. I was overwhelmed with a profound, crushing sadness. It felt like the shadow was a living embodiment of grief, of loneliness. I just stood there and watched it. This lonely spirit, as it reached out towards me. Just before it got to me, my parents came back into the hall, their voices breaking the spell. The shadow instantly vanished, and the hallway was just a hallway again, though it felt darker than before. "Hey," my dad said, annoyed. "Where did the smoke detector go?" The device and the batteries were gone. We searched the entire house, but we never found them. My parents finished the job a few days later, though it took them weeks instead of the few days they had quoted. The house was eventually sold. Years later, my mom and I were talking about that time in our lives, and I brought up the sad shadow house. Her face went pale. She told me she had felt it too, the overwhelming despair. She said they later found out, through neighborhood gossip, that the man who had lived there had lost his job. His wife had left him, and he had taken his own life in the garage. He had left behind a young daughter, about the same age I was at the time. I still think about that spirit, that sad, lonely shadow in the hall. I don't think he was trying to scare me. I think he was just lost, and maybe, in me, he saw the child he had left behind. The autumn of 2022 was a bleak time for me. I was 19, living in a quiet suburb outside of Chicago, and my heart was in pieces. My boyfriend of 2 years, the person I thought I was going to spend my life with, had broken up with me. It wasn't just a simple parting of ways. It was a betrayal that left me feeling hollowed out and worthless. To cope with the gaping loneliness, I did what a lot of heartbroken young people do. I downloaded Tinder. I wasn't looking for anything serious, just a distraction, a way to feel seen and desired again. That's when I matched with Nathan. His profile was unassuming. He was dorky and awkward looking, with photos of him at comic book conventions and playing board games with friends. He seemed safe, gentle, and completely harmless, the polar opposite of the ex who had just shattered my confidence. He lived with his mother, a detail that, in my naive state, I took as a sign of stability and wholesomeness rather than a red flag. He seemed like the perfect, low-stakes person to hang out with. We decided to meet at his house for our first date. I know how that sounds, but he was so sweet and unassuming in his texts that I didn't think twice about it. That first night, we watched one of my favorite movies, an old horror classic. I had a few hard ciders, and because of the new medication I was on, the alcohol hit me much harder and faster than usual. The world started to feel soft and blurry around the edges. I remember feeling incredibly tired, my eyelids heavy. I told Nathan I was going to fall asleep, but he kept trying to initiate things, his hands exploring under my shirt. I was barely conscious, mumbling something about waiting until the morning as I drifted off. When I was in that vulnerable, hazy state between wakefulness and sleep, he took advantage of me. I remember trying to roll away, feeling a vague sense of wrongness, but my body felt like it was filled with lead. I was too drunk and too tired to make him stop. When he was finished, he turned off the lights, and I lay there in the dark, crying silently. The next morning, he drove me home as if nothing had happened. It took me a full day for the fog in my brain to clear and for the full, horrifying reality of what he had done to sink in. It was assault. I had been assaulted before, a few years prior, and the familiar wave of shame and self-loathing washed over me. I started ignoring his texts, but he was persistent, begging to see me, to talk things out. He didn't seem to have any concept of what he had done. Against my better judgment, I agreed to go for a drive with him. I think a small, foolish part of me hoped that if I explained it to him, he would understand and apologize. The moment I got into his car, I knew I had made a terrible mistake. The air was thick with an awkward, suffocating silence. He tried to lean in and kiss me, and I flinched away, turning my head towards the window. He didn't say anything, just put the car in drive and started heading away from my neighborhood. We lived in different towns, and soon we were on unfamiliar roads, passing by bleak industrial parks and the flat, empty fields of rural Illinois. He was silent, gripping the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles were white. A palpable anger was radiating off of him. I was terrified. I had dated guys with anger issues before, and I recognized the signs of a brewing storm. I discreetly pulled out my phone and texted my best friend. I don't feel safe. If you don't hear from me in an hour, call the police. Send them this location. I let my phone's GPS track our movement, my thumb hovering over the send button. After what felt like an eternity, he pulled into the deserted parking lot of a high school. It was dusk, and the long shadows of the empty buildings stretched across the asphalt. A lone football goalpost stood like a skeleton against the darkening sky. He killed the engine, plunging us into an even deeper silence. I leaned back in my seat, trying to make myself as small as possible, my eyes fixed on the first few stars appearing in the sky through the sunroof. My whole body was shaking. He kept trying to touch my arm, my leg, and each time I would shrink away from him. That's when the panic attack started. My chest tightened, and I couldn't get enough air. My vision started to narrow, the edges turning dark. The car felt like a coffin. I started crying, then hyperventilating, the fear so intense it was a physical force. He tried to calm me down, which only made it worse. He tried to hug me, telling me I was safe. The words a bitter irony in that moment. "Don't touch me," I gasped, finally finding my voice. "Take me home, now." At first, he refused. He kept insisting that we needed to talk it out, his voice laced with a frustrated edge that scared me even more. But my panic was undeniable, a raw, animalistic fear that he couldn't ignore. Eventually, he gave in. He started the car with a roar and sped out of the parking lot, driving erratically back towards my house. The entire ride was a blur of terror. I didn't relax until the moment the car stopped in front of my house. I threw the door open and ran out without a word, never looking back. I blocked him on everything, hoping to erase him from my life. But he wasn't done with me. About 6 months later, I was going through a tough time financially and had started an OnlyFans account. I got a message from an anonymous user requesting a simple phone call, offering a generous amount of money. I needed the cash, so I agreed. But as soon as we started talking, a cold dread washed over me. He told me his name. It was Nathan. He had found me. He admitted that he had been keeping tabs on me ever since that night. I felt violated all over again. I told him the deal was off, ended the call, and immediately blocked the account. I thought in that moment, in that dark, empty parking lot, that he was going to hurt me, that I was going to die. The silence, the anger, the complete isolation, it felt like the beginning of a true crime story. I was lucky to escape, but the fear he instilled in me, the knowledge that he was still out there, watching, is a feeling that has never truly gone away. From 2018 to 2022, I worked my way up the corporate ladder of a massive Midwestern grocery store chain, a company I'll call Fresh Foods. I started as a part-time cashier while in college, and through a combination of hard work and a willingness to put up with a lot of nonsense, I eventually became an assistant store manager. It was a demanding job with grueling hours. I worked nights, weekends, and every holiday you can think of. My life was a blur of inventory counts, customer complaints, and a constant fluorescent buzz of the store. One of the worst parts of the job was the company's policy of randomly transferring managers between stores. You just get settled, get to know your team, and then, without any say in the matter, you get an email telling you to report to a new location across the city. In the summer of 2020, I found out I was pregnant with my first child, a little girl. It should have been one of the happiest times of my life, but that joy was immediately soured by a transfer. I was moved from a clean, quiet store in a nice suburban neighborhood to a notoriously difficult one in a rough part of the city. The new store was a completely different world. It was chaotic, perpetually understaffed, and attracted a clientele that kept me on my toes for all the wrong reasons. In my first month there, I had a customer throw a package of spoiled shrimp at my head because I refused to refund them without a receipt. One of our teenage cashiers was held up at gunpoint for the $70 in her register. I once had to call security because a man had decided to defecate in the middle of the pet food aisle. It was a stressful, often thankless job, but I was determined to stick it out until my maternity leave. The worst part of my time at that store began in early January of 2021. Right as my pregnant belly became obvious and impossible to hide under my work uniform. I was about 30 weeks along, feeling tired and swollen, and was stocking a display of avocados in the produce department when a man approached me. He looked to be in his late 50s or early 60s, with a shaggy, unkempt gray beard and greasy, thinning hair that was plastered to his scalp. He was overweight and wore a stained, grungy flannel jacket despite the store being warm. He had a sour, unwashed smell that preceded him. He asked for help finding a specific brand of organic almond milk, and when I turned to face him, his eyes immediately dropped to my belly. A slow, strange smile spread across his face. "Wow, you're pregnant," he said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. Trying to be friendly, as was my job, I smiled back and told him, yes, that I was having a little girl and was very excited. "Wow, congratulations," he said, though the way he said it, with his eyes still fixed on my stomach, felt less like a genuine pleasantry and more like he was cataloging a piece of information. I showed him where the almond milk was, and he went on his way. I dealt with hundreds of customers a day, so I quickly put the brief, slightly odd interaction out of my mind. A couple of days later, I was closing the store. It was late, and the aisles were mostly empty. I saw the same man again. This time, he didn't have a shopping cart, just a single can of soup in his hand. He approached me at the customer service desk and asked me how I was doing. I gave him my standard polite answer, saying I was doing well, just tired and ready to get off my feet. That's when he started asking personal questions. He asked where I lived, how old I was, where I had gone to high school and college. I was caught off guard, and out of a deeply ingrained habit of customer service politeness, I answered him honestly. But then he asked me which hospital I would be delivering at, and a cold alarm bell went off in my head. Why would a complete stranger, a man 30 years my senior, need to know that? It was then that I realized I had been a fool to share any personal information with him. I abruptly excused myself, telling him I had to get back to my closing duties, and walked away as quickly as my swollen ankles would carry me. After that second encounter, I started seeing him all the time. He came into the store every single day, but he would only ever approach me at night, when the store was quiet and there were fewer people around. He would always have just 1 or 2 items in his cart, as if the shopping was just an excuse to be there. I started to actively avoid him. If I saw him in an aisle, I would turn and walk the other way, or duck into the stockroom. He eventually caught on to the fact that I was avoiding him, so he started going to the front desk and asking for me by name, saying he needed a manager's assistance. The cashiers would call me over the intercom, and I'd have them describe the customer. If it was him, I would tell him I was busy with something in the back, and to have another manager help him. The situation was making me incredibly uncomfortable, but I felt like I couldn't do anything about it. He hadn't explicitly threatened me, and I was worried my store director would think I was overreacting. The next direct encounter I had with him was utterly disgusting. I was walking down an aisle, and he managed to corner me. He asked me again if I was having a girl. When I confirmed that I was, he leaned in closer, his sour breath washing over me, and said, "Well, your husband must have shot deep in order to get you a girl." I was so flabbergasted, so utterly shocked by the crude, violating comment that I couldn't speak. I just stood there, staring at him, my mind completely blank. He filled the silence by chuckling to himself. "Well, thanks for helping me," he said, as if our conversation had been completely normal, and then he walked away. I should have reported him right then and there. I should have screamed, but I was so stunned and embarrassed that I just let it go. For the next few weeks, I managed to successfully avoid him, but I knew he was watching me. I could feel his eyes on me as I walked the store. The final interaction I had with him was the one that pushed me over the edge from uncomfortable to genuinely scared. I was in the produce department again, bagging some apples, and he came up behind me. "You've been avoiding me," he said, his voice accusatory. "No, sir," I lied. "We've just been very busy." He looked me up and down, his gaze lingering on my large, pregnant belly. "You think your husband will still want you after you have the baby?" he asked, his voice a low, suggestive drawl. "You think you'll lose all that baby fat?" My mind was reeling. What kind of person says that? Before I could respond, he continued, "You know, I can take care of you and your baby girl." At that point, I had had enough. I was once again speechless, but this time I was fueled by a surge of protective, maternal rage. I didn't say a word. I just turned and walked away, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and fury. I went straight into the management office, locked the door, and called my husband. He was livid and wanted to drive down to the store right then and there. I managed to calm him down, but I was so upset that I went home early. I finally told my store director everything that had been happening. To his credit, he was horrified and immediately put a notice out to all the other managers to not let that man anywhere near me, and to call the police for trespassing if he was seen harassing me. Fortunately, I never had to find out if that would work. Shortly after that last encounter, due to some medical complications, I was induced early and had my daughter. When my maternity leave was over in May, I got the best news of my career. I was being transferred to a much nicer, safer store. I never saw that man again. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. If someone makes you feel uncomfortable, you have to speak up immediately. Your safety is more important than their feelings. There are some truly disturbed people out there, and you never know what they're capable of. When I was 16, my first real job was at a fast food burger place called Burger Barn. It was a typical high school job, slinging burgers and fries for minimum wage. At first, I was just excited to be making my own money. The manager on most of my shifts was a guy named Kevin. He was 28, married, and had 4 young kids. In the beginning, he seemed like the cool manager. He was funny, easy to talk to, and he always made sure our shifts were fun. He had this way of making you feel like you were his favorite employee, and for a 16-year-old girl who was new and a little insecure, that was a pretty powerful thing. After I had been working there for about a month, the dynamics started to change. It was subtle at first. Kevin started flirting with me. He would compliment my appearance, telling me how good I looked in my ugly work uniform. He would find excuses to touch me, a hand on my back as he passed me in the narrow kitchen, his arm brushing against mine a little too often. It was the kind of thing that you could almost dismiss as accidental, but it happened so frequently that I knew it wasn't. I was uncomfortable, but I was also young and didn't know how to handle it. I didn't want to cause trouble or lose my job. The first major red flag came around Valentine's Day. A week before, Kevin pulled me aside in the walk-in freezer and asked me to be his Valentine. I was so taken off guard that I just sort of nervously laughed and agreed, assuming he meant it in a friendly, joking way. On Valentine's Day, he made sure we were alone in the back office before he gave me my gift. It was a small, heart-shaped box of chocolates and a single red rose. It felt way too personal, way too inappropriate for a manager to give to a teenage employee. I remember telling him that day, as gently as I could, that I wasn't interested in anything more than a friendship, pointing out that the age gap between us was huge. He didn't get the hint. In fact, my rejection seemed to make him try even harder. The flirting became more overt, the touching more deliberate. I remember one time I was bent over, cleaning the milkshake machine, and he came up behind me, put his hands on my waist, and squeezed. I froze, my whole body tensing up. I should have screamed. I should have pushed him away. I should have told someone, but I didn't. I just stood up quickly and walked away, feeling humiliated and stupid. I still feel like an idiot for not saying anything. The incident that finally made me realize I was in a dangerous situation happened on a Saturday morning. I was scheduled for the opening shift from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. The way the schedule worked, from 7 a.m. until noon, there were only 2 people in the entire restaurant, the opening manager and 1 crew member. That day, it was just me and Kevin. I dreaded it from the moment I woke up. The first couple of hours were normal. We prepped the food for the day, stocked the sauces, and got the restaurant ready to open. We were in the back kitchen, just the 2 of us, when he turned to me and said, "Hey, why don't we go in the back and have sex?" He said it so casually, like he was asking me to take out the trash. I was stunned into silence for a moment. He knew I was 16. He was my boss. "No," I said, my voice barely a whisper. I tried to move away, to put some distance between us, but he stepped in front of me, blocking my way. He didn't stop there. He started begging me, his voice becoming desperate. He went on for what felt like an eternity, but was probably about 30 minutes, just pleading with me. When my continued no's made it clear I wasn't going to give in, he changed tactics. He started offering me things. He offered me $100, then $200. He offered me weed. I just kept saying no, shaking my head, trying to get away from him. I finally managed to excuse myself, saying I needed to use the restroom. I locked myself in a stall and texted my best friend, my hands shaking so badly I could barely type. I told her what was happening, that I was scared. She told me to get out of there immediately. I stayed in the bathroom for as long as I could, but eventually I had to go back out. I tried to stay as far away from Kevin as possible, busying myself with tasks at the front counter. A little while later, he asked me to help him take the trash out. I reluctantly agreed, not wanting to make him angry. We went out the back door to the dumpster area. As I was throwing the bags into the dumpster, I smelled the distinct, skunky smell of marijuana. I looked up, and Kevin was standing behind the dumpster, smoking a blunt. He looked at me, a smirk on his face, and held it out to me. "Want a hit?" he asked. That was my breaking point. I didn't say a word. I just turned around, walked back inside, grabbed my purse from the break room, and walked out the front door. I didn't clock out. I didn't tell him I was leaving. I just left. I wish I could say that I quit in a blaze of glory or that I reported him to corporate, but I didn't. I was too scared and ashamed. I just never went back. A few weeks after I left, I heard through the grapevine of former coworkers that Kevin had been fired. Apparently, he had sex with another employee, a 15-year-old girl. I was consumed with guilt. If I had spoken up, maybe I could have prevented that from happening. I still haven't told anyone in a position of authority what he did to me. It's a heavy secret to carry, but please, be careful who you trust, especially when they are in a position of power over you. I turned 15 in 2024, an age where you feel like you're on the cusp of true adulthood, craving every little scrap of independence you can get. So, when I had a routine dentist appointment at the local mall, I convinced my mom that I was old enough to go by myself. She had to work, and the office was right inside the main entrance of the Dayton Mall, a place I had been to 100 times. It was an older mall, the kind that had seen better days, with a few vacant storefronts and a lingering smell of pretzels and cleaning supplies. On a Tuesday afternoon, it was quiet, almost sleepy. What could possibly happen? The appointment was quick, just a simple cleaning. As I was getting ready to leave, I patted my pockets, searching for my phone to call my mom for a ride home. My stomach dropped. I had left it on my nightstand. Annoyed at myself, I asked the receptionist if I could use the office phone. She sighed, annoyed at the interruption, and gestured vaguely towards the phone on her desk while continuing a loud, personal conversation about her sister's recent drama. I waited politely for a minute or two, but she showed no signs of wrapping up. Feeling awkward and not wanting to listen in, I decided to take my chances and look for a payphone, a relic I wasn't even sure the mall still had. I figured there might be one near the main entrance. As I walked down the long, echoing main corridor, I noticed 3 men walking in the opposite direction on the other side of the walkway. They were a few years older than me, probably in their late teens or early 20s. One was tall and thin, clearly the leader, with a restless energy and cold, watchful eyes. The other 2 were his shadows, mimicking his swagger. They were laughing amongst themselves until the leader spotted me. He stopped dead, and his smile vanished. He nudged one of his friends and pointed a thumb in my direction. They all turned to look at me, and a low, predatory murmur passed between them. A shared smirk spread across their faces. Immediately, every alarm bell in my head started screaming. This wasn't a friendly glance. It was an assessment. I made the split-second decision to abandon my search for a phone and head back to the relative safety of the dentist's office. I turned around, and in that same instant, they crossed over to my side of the corridor and fell into step behind me. My heart started to pound against my ribs. I tried to keep my pace casual, not wanting to show them my fear, but my walk quickly turned into a frantic power walk. The only sounds in the nearly empty hall were the squeak of my sneakers and the heavier, more deliberate tread of their shoes behind me. I could hear their low laughter, and it felt like it was right at my back. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder. They were still there, closer now, with the same unsettling smirks on their faces. I was panicking, my eyes darting around, searching for an escape. Up ahead, I saw the signs for the restrooms. My first thought was to duck in there and hide in the stall until they were gone. But as I got closer, I saw a bright yellow out-of-order sign taped across the handles of both the men's and women's doors. They were locked. A wave of pure, cold dread washed over me. I was trapped in this long hallway with them. Then I saw it. Just outside the dentist's office, a family was sitting on one of the padded benches. A mom scrolling on her phone, a dad watching a video on his, and a little girl no older than 5, completely absorbed in a game on an iPad. They were a perfect little bubble of normalcy and safety. Without a second thought, I made a beeline for them and stood right next to their bench, pretending to be looking at my non-existent phone, trying my best to look like I was with them. I could feel the men's eyes on me. I peeked up and saw that they had stopped about 20 feet away. They didn't approach, but they didn't leave either. They just stood there, leaning against the opposite wall, watching me. It was a silent, terrifying standoff. Their smiles were gone, replaced by expressions of annoyed patience. They knew I was scared, and they were enjoying it. After a minute that felt like an hour, they pushed themselves off the wall, but instead of leaving, they walked over to the locked restrooms and just stood there, their backs to me, pretending to wait. They were hiding in plain sight, waiting for me to leave the safety of the family and walk past them again. My mind was racing. Was I overreacting? Were they just a group of bored jerks trying to scare a teenage girl for fun? Or was this something far more sinister? I didn't want to wait to find out. Just then, a patient walked out of the dentist's office, and I saw my chance. I slipped inside before the door could close, my heart still hammering. I went straight to the receptionist, who was finally off the phone, and practically begged to make a call. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely dial my mom's number. When she answered, my voice came out as a choked sob. While I waited for her to arrive, I watched the hallway from the office window. The men were gone. The ride home was silent. I couldn't explain to my mom what had happened, not really. How do you explain a terror that was built on looks and whispers and the feeling of being hunted? I never went back to that mall alone again. That day, in that quiet, empty hallway, a piece of my childhood innocence was stolen, replaced by a constant nagging awareness of the dangers that can lurk behind a simple smile. At 15, in the summer of 2023, my best friend Chloe and I were finally being granted the kind of freedom we had been dreaming about for years. Our parents were letting us go to the mall by ourselves, a rite of passage that felt like the absolute pinnacle of teenage independence. We would spend hours at the Woodfield Mall, a massive, sprawling complex in the Chicago suburbs, wandering through stores, fueled by Cinnabons and the sheer excitement of being on our own. It was our kingdom. One Saturday, we were having a particularly great day. We had been running around for hours, laughing and acting silly. We decided to stop at one of those old-fashioned photo booths to commemorate the day. We crammed inside, pulling the curtains shut, and made the stupidest faces we could think of as the camera flashed. After the strip of photos printed out, I had a gum wrapper I needed to throw away. The nearest trash can was about 30 feet away, down a less crowded side corridor. I told Chloe I'd be right back. As I walked towards the can, I saw a group of 5 guys loitering near it. They were older, probably 18 or 19, all wearing matching Chicago Bulls jerseys. They had a certain air about them, a kind of aggressive confidence that made them seem like they owned the place. I noticed them looking at me, and being a polite Midwestern kid, I gave them a small, quick smile before tossing my wrapper and turning to walk away. I didn't give it another thought. Over the next hour, however, they kept reappearing. At first, I was sure it was just a coincidence. It was a huge mall, but popular stores attracted crowds. We went into Forever 21, and a few minutes later, they were there, pretending to look at a rack of women's jeans. Their presence felt off, a discordant note in the bubbly atmosphere of the store. I pointed them out to Chloe, but she just shrugged. "It's a big mall, Jenna," she said, dismissing my concern. Stop being paranoid. Later, we went to the food court to get smoothies. We found a small table, and a few minutes later, I saw them again, sitting at a table across the way with a perfect view of us. They weren't eating. They were just sitting there, talking amongst themselves, but every few seconds, one of them would glance over in our direction. A prickly, unnerving feeling started to creep up the back of my neck. I felt like I was being watched, studied. We decided to take a break and sat down on a bench in one of the main thoroughfares. And then we saw them again. This time, there was no pretending it was a coincidence. They began to slowly circle our bench, like sharks. They weren't being obvious about it, just casually walking in a wide loop around us, over and over again. I was really starting to get scared, but Chloe was still trying to act unfazed. After a few minutes of this silent intimidation, one of them, who seemed to be the leader, broke away from the group and approached me. He started speaking to me in Spanish, and luckily, I'm fluent, so I understood him perfectly. He started with compliments, telling me I had beautiful eyes and a nice smile. I just said a quiet thank you, hoping he would leave. But he didn't. He kept complimenting my appearance, inching closer and closer to the bench. I gave Chloe a desperate look, a silent plea for us to leave, but she was frozen. The guy asked for my Instagram. I was beyond uncomfortable at this point and told him, no, thank you. He just laughed and kept pushing, asking why not, saying he just wanted to be friends. His friends were now standing in a loose semicircle behind him, watching the interaction with amusement. He finally seemed to accept that I wasn't giving him my Instagram, but then he just opened up Snapchat and held his phone out, asking for my snap instead. Again, I said no. He kept pushing, asking for any social media, for my number. I was feeling overwhelmed, trapped. Finally, a surge of adrenaline and anger cut through my fear. I stood up, getting right in his face, and said, I said no. I'm not giving you anything. For a second, he looked surprised. Then he just smirked and turned his attention to Chloe, who was still sitting on the bench. He started the exact same routine with her. Before he could even finish his first sentence, I yelled at him, "Leave us alone." I grabbed Chloe's arm, pulled her to her feet, and we practically ran away, speed walking through the crowded mall, not daring to look back. We didn't stop until we were at the main exit, waiting for Chloe's mom to pick us up. The wait in the parking garage was agonizing. And to our horror, we saw them again. The 5 of them were just loitering near the entrance, watching us. It was undeniable now. They had been following us. When Chloe's mom finally arrived, we jumped into the car, and the second the doors were locked, Chloe finally broke down, admitting how terrified she had been. When I got home, I told my mom everything. She didn't just brush it off and say that things like this happen. Her face went pale as I described the guys and how persistent they were. She listened intently. Then she got a very serious look on her face. She picked up her tablet and, after a few minutes of typing, she turned the screen towards me. It was a local news article from a few weeks prior. The headline read, "Police warn of sex trafficking ring operating in local malls." The article described groups of young men who would target and follow teenage girls, trying to get their information or isolate them. The photo accompanying the article showed the exact mall entrance we had just left. A cold chill went through my entire body. This wasn't just a group of creepy, pushy guys. We had narrowly escaped a situation that could have ended in a way that is too horrible to even imagine. My smile at the trash can, an innocent gesture of politeness, could have been the beginning of a nightmare. I spent the first 8 years of my life in a small starter home in a suburb just outside of Houston. When my parents bought the house in the mid-90s, the neighborhood was the picture of suburban promise. It was full of young, newly married couples, manicured lawns that competed for yard of the month, and the constant, cheerful noise of kids playing in the street. My granddad, a widower who I adored, lived just a block away. It was an idyllic place to be a child. But as I grew up, the neighborhood started to change, slowly at first, and then all at once. The blossoming trees and friendly block parties of my toddler years gave way to something much darker by the time I was in elementary school. The kids my older brother's age grew into mischievous and then dangerous teenagers. Gangs started to form, controlling the middle school bathrooms and extorting lunch money from younger kids. Bomb threats at my elementary school became so common that the fear eventually faded into a kind of grim routine. I have a vivid memory of being in first grade, sitting on a cold patch of grass in a nearby field, watching my teacher walk back into the school building after a threat had been called in, and thinking with a strange, detached calm, I really hope she doesn't get blown up today. Security measures at the school escalated year by year, until the chain-link fence around the playground started to look like it belonged to a prison. The teenagers in the neighborhood would break into vacant houses and set fires, their laughter echoing in the abandoned rooms. The true nature of the neighborhood's decay hit home when I was 7. My granddad was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer. He was in home hospice care, his house filled with a daunting array of medications to manage his pain. One afternoon, he heard a soft knock on his bedroom door. Thinking it was the cable guy he was expecting, he called out, "Come in." But it wasn't the cable guy. A young man, a teenager who lived down the street and was my brother's age, walked into the room. He sat at my granddad's bedside, making pleasant small talk, asking him how he was feeling. Then, he calmly picked up several bottles of my granddad's powerful painkillers from the nightstand and walked out. The teenager was later found passed out in a driveway across the street in a coma from the overdose. The sweet, safe neighborhood I remembered was gone, replaced by a place where even a dying man wasn't safe in his own home. That same year, the incident at McDonald's happened. It was a weeknight, already dark outside, so it must have been after 8 o'clock. My dad had taken my 4-year-old sister and me to the McDonald's that was in a small strip mall right next to my granddad's neighborhood. I was a picky eater and would only eat a plain cheeseburger, no condiments. This particular McDonald's had a bad habit of getting my order wrong. True to form, when I opened my Happy Meal box in the car, my cheeseburger was slathered in ketchup, mustard, and onions. Since I refused to eat it, my dad sighed and turned our SUV around to go back through the empty drive-thru. As we rounded the building, a sedan came racing into the parking lot from the opposite entrance. It screeched to a halt in a swerving stop, and the passenger door flew open. My dad, who had been a police officer before he went into the corporate world, knew instantly that something was very wrong. His cop instincts took over. He made a sharp turn, positioning our large SUV between the sedan and the only other exit, effectively blocking the car from leaving. In hindsight, it was probably not the safest move with 2 small children in the car, but it was a gut reaction. Within seconds, the entire parking lot was bathed in flashing red and blue lights. Police cars seemed to converge from all directions, their sirens wailing. My dad quickly pulled our SUV into a parking spot as officers with guns drawn surrounded the sedan, shouting commands for the driver and passengers to get out. A woman was in the driver's seat, sobbing hysterically. A man jumped out of the passenger side, holding a gun and using the car door as a shield. Another man sat motionless in the back seat. Gunshots erupted, the loud bangs echoing off the brick walls of the McDonald's. The gunman took off running towards the only patch of woods bordering the parking lot, with officers sprinting after him. Other officers pulled the woman and the other man from the car, forcing them to the ground and cuffing them. My dad got out of our car to talk to one of the remaining officers. My 4-year-old sister and I were huddled in the back seat, crying quietly while my mom, her face a mask of terror, tried to comfort us. The officer told my dad that the men had just robbed the subway in the strip mall next door. The man who had run into the woods had shot both of the young female employees. One of them had been killed instantly inside the store. The other, critically wounded, had been forced to crawl from the subway to the wing house next door, leaving a trail of blood on the concrete as she desperately fought for her life, trying to get help. She had managed to alert the hostess, who called 911, and she miraculously survived. I didn't want my happy meal anymore. The night was a blur of fear and confusion. We spent the rest of the evening at my granddad's house, and I remember jumping at every little sound, convinced the man from the woods was going to find us. I moved away from that neighborhood when I was 8, but even now, as an adult, whenever I happen to drive past that strip mall, I still get the chills, remembering the night the world's violence came screaming into a McDonald's parking lot. My boyfriend Michael and I had been planning the move for months. We were leaving the bitter cold of a Colorado winter behind for the promise of sun and familiarity in Southern California, where I grew up. The drive itself was a marathon, a 3-day journey across the vast, empty landscapes of Utah, Nevada, and finally, the sprawling suburbs of California. We decided to make a road trip out of it, stopping at cheap motels along the way to break up the monotony of the highway. Our go-to was always Motel 6. It wasn't glamorous, but it was affordable and predictable, offering a clean bed and a hot shower, which was all we needed. We had stayed in several without any issue, so we didn't think twice about booking one for our first few nights in Orange County, right next to John Wayne Airport. We arrived late, close to midnight, feeling gritty and exhausted from the final leg of our drive. The motel looked like every other Motel 6 we had stayed in, a standard 2-story building with exterior corridors. The air, however, was different. It was thick with the scent of salt water and jet fuel. We checked in, hauled our most essential bags up to our second-floor room, and collapsed into bed, falling asleep almost instantly to the distant roar of airplanes. The next morning, I woke up before Michael. The California sun was already bright, streaming through a gap in the thick curtains. I decided to go down to the car to grab some more of my clothes and toiletries from a suitcase in the trunk. Michael was still sound asleep, a lump under the covers. To get to the rooms, you had to use your key card on a glass door that led to an interior hallway, and our room was at the top of a flight of stairs. It felt relatively secure. We had parked our car in a spot just a few feet away from the base of that staircase for convenience. I walked down the stairs, the morning air already warm on my skin, and made my way to the car. I unlocked the trunk and started digging through a large suitcase, searching for a specific shirt. I was completely absorbed in my task when I heard a soft voice say, "Excuse me." It sounded distant, and I figured it was directed at someone else, so I ignored it and continued my search. A moment later, I heard it again, this time louder and closer. "Excuse me." I straightened up and looked around. Part 2 spaces away from me was a large black SUV with tinted windows. A dark-skinned man was in the driver's seat, leaning over and looking directly at me through his open passenger side window. As soon as he saw that he had my attention, he asked, "Hey, have you seen this girl?" He held up his phone as if he had a picture to show me. Instantly, a siren went off in my head. Every instinct I had was screaming that this was wrong. I knew that walking over to his car to look at a picture on a stranger's phone was a terrible idea. My mind flashed with news stories and warnings from my parents. Despite my fear, I caught a brief, 1-second glimpse of the phone screen. What I saw made my heart pound in my chest. It was a picture of a very young-looking blonde girl with pink streaks in her hair, styled in pigtails. It looked like a selfie taken from a social media profile. Next to the main picture were several smaller, similar images. It was obviously just a screenshot of a Google image search. There was no missing girl. This was a lie. This was a trap. Panic seized me. I slammed the trunk of my car shut, the sound echoing in the quiet parking lot. I locked the car with the fob and practically sprinted towards the staircase, calling back over my shoulder in a shaky voice. "Sorry, my boyfriend is calling me." I didn't look back to see if he was following. I just ran. When I reached the top of the stairs, I risked a quick glance back over the railing. I saw the black SUV pulling out of its parking spot and driving away. I let out a shaky breath. thinking it was over. I noticed then that there had been someone else in the passenger seat, a detail I had missed in my initial panic. I waited a moment, my heart still racing, before deciding it was safe to go back down and finish getting my things. I thought he was gone. I cautiously made my way back down the stairs and reopened the trunk. As I reached into the back of the car, I heard the same voice again. "Excuse me." My blood ran cold. I looked up and my stomach dropped. He was still there. The black SUV hadn't left the parking lot. He had just moved to a different spot, further away, partially concealed under the shade of a large tree. He was watching me, waiting. This time, I didn't hesitate. I abandoned my things, slammed the trunk again, and ran as fast as I could, screaming Michael's name, even though I knew he couldn't possibly hear me from inside the room. My phone was still upstairs, and I felt completely, utterly helpless. What happened next is something I still can't fully explain. It felt like a stroke of impossible luck, or maybe something deeper. Just as I reached the glass security door at the base of the stairs and frantically swiped my keycard, the door to our hotel room at the top of the stairs opened. Michael stepped out, looking groggy, but with a worried expression on his face. He told me later that he had woken up suddenly with a terrible feeling, a powerful, unshakable sense that I was in trouble, and that he needed to find me immediately. The relief I felt upon seeing him was so overwhelming that my knees almost buckled. I ran up the stairs and into his arms, sobbing and trying to explain what had just happened. We stood there in the hallway for a long time while I calmed down. We decided against going back down to get the license plate number or informing the motel management right away, too shaken to confront the situation further. Thankfully, we didn't see the man or the SUV for the rest of our stay, though we both thought we spotted it parked in a different spot the next day. We will never know for sure what his intentions were, but given our proximity to the airport and my small frame, I'm in my 30s, but am often mistaken for being much younger. We both believe he was involved in human trafficking. It was a terrifying reminder that danger can appear in the most mundane of places, on a sunny morning in a motel parking lot. In 2016, when I was 13, I felt like I was living on a different planet than most of the kids at my school. I was a quiet, chubby girl with glasses and a deep, abiding love for things like Japanese animation and classic science fiction novels. While other girls were obsessed with makeup and pop music, I was busy drawing characters from my favorite shows and writing fan fiction. I wasn't just unpopular. I was practically invisible, a harmless nerd who navigated the treacherous hallways of middle school by keeping my head down. So when Chloe, one of the more popular girls in my grade, started talking to me, I was completely bewildered. Chloe and her older sister, Sabrina, were local legends in their own way. They were both tall, athletic, and possessed a kind of sharp-edged beauty that was both captivating and intimidating. Sabrina, a 17-year-old senior, moved with a cool, detached confidence that made her seem untouchable. Chloe, who was 14, was more outgoing, but she was surrounded by a cloud of drama and strange rumors. I'd heard whispers about her ex-friends, stories of stalking and harassment, but I dismissed them as the usual teenage gossip. To me, Chloe was just a girl who noticed me. She saw a sticker from the anime Attack on Titan on my binder and struck up a conversation. For the first time, someone at school wanted to talk about the things I loved. We bonded quickly over our shared fandom, and soon we were texting constantly and eating lunch together. She made me feel seen, and I was so grateful for her friendship that I ignored the little red flags, like the way she would sometimes talk about her old friends with a frightening amount of spite. A few months into our friendship, Chloe invited me to a sleepover for her 15th birthday. It was my first ever sleepover with someone who wasn't a family member, and I was ecstatic. I packed my bag with an almost ceremonial reverence, choosing my favorite pajamas and a new graphic novel to show her. When my mom dropped me off, I was struck by how nice their house was, a big 2-story colonial on the wealthier side of town. The inside was immaculate and stylishly decorated. Chloe's dad, a friendly, soft-spoken man, greeted us at the door. We spent the first few hours having the kind of innocent fun I had only ever seen in movies. We sang karaoke off-key to cheesy pop songs, drank way too much root beer, and pretended to be drunk, stumbling around the living room and laughing until our sides hurt. Later that evening, Chloe's dad came in to say he was leaving for his night shift at the hospital. I noticed a subtle, mischievous smirk flicker across Chloe's face as she wished him a good night. The moment the front door clicked shut, the atmosphere in the house changed. It was as if a switch had been flipped. Sabrina emerged from her room upstairs and descended the staircase with a predatory grace. She joined us in the living room, and while she was socializing, Chloe disappeared into the basement. She returned a minute later holding a DVD case. My stomach clenched when I saw the title, The Human Centipede. I knew about that movie. My mom, while generally encouraging of my interest in horror, had a very short list of films that were completely off limits until I was 18. That movie was at the top of the list. She knew how sensitive I was to certain themes and had warned me that it was pure, gratuitous torture, not horror. "Oh, I can't watch that," I said, my voice sounding small and weak. My mom said I'm not allowed to. Chloe and Sabrina just laughed. They started in with a chorus of pleas and taunts, calling me a baby, telling me not to be a wuss. I stood my ground, shaking my head and repeating that I wouldn't enjoy it. The playful mood was gone, replaced by a strange coercive pressure. Then, Sabrina's expression hardened. She grabbed my wrist, her grip surprisingly strong. "Why, you don't have a choice," she said, her voice dropping to a low, menacing tone. She giggled, the sound completely devoid of any real humor. They started dragging me across the room towards a large futon couch in front of the TV. I was pleading with them, telling them to let me go, that I wasn't in the mood for this kind of movie. They just mimicked my panicked words in high-pitched, mocking voices. As they shoved me down onto the futon, I felt something cold and metallic clamp around my wrists. I looked down and saw a pair of police-grade handcuffs. Their mother was a police officer, and she had apparently left her cuffs at home. I started to thrash, a wave of pure terror washing over me. This wasn't a joke anymore. Sabrina leaned in close, her face just inches from mine. She grabbed my cheeks, her fingers digging into my skin. "You scream," she whispered, her voice a deadly serious hiss, "and I will cut your tongue out." The threat was so visceral, so shocking, that it silenced me completely. I just sat there, frozen and shaking, as they put the movie in and turned off the lights. I won't describe the film itself. The name alone is enough. But I had to watch all of it, my wrists chafed raw by the handcuffs, my eyes forced to witness every unspeakable act on the screen. The sisters sat on either side of me, providing a running commentary of cruel laughter and taunts. I felt my mind start to detach from my body, a desperate act of self-preservation. I was just a dissociated mess, a ghost trapped on a couch in a dark room. When the credits finally rolled, they uncuffed me. I was just sitting there, numb and shivering, repeating over and over again, "I want to go home." They just laughed at me, got up and went upstairs, leaving me alone in the pitch-black living room. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely operate my phone, but I managed to call my dad. 30 minutes later, his headlights cut through the darkness outside. I grabbed my things, ran out of that house, and never looked back. That night, I deleted Chloe's contact and blocked her on all social media. About a week later, I finally worked up the courage to tell my mom what had happened. The fury that transformed her face was something I had never seen before. She stormed over to their house and had a screaming match with their mother on the front lawn. The mother, a drill sergeant type, dragged both girls out of the house and made them run laps around the block as punishment. It seemed like a laughably inadequate consequence for the psychological torment they had inflicted. I heard that Chloe moved away about a year later. Apparently, their mom got tired of other parents constantly showing up at her door to complain about her daughter's behavior. I'm 21 now, but that night is still a scar on my memory. It taught me a brutal lesson about trust and the casual cruelty that can hide behind a friendly smile. When I was 13 years old, summer meant two things: freedom from school and spending a few weeks at my dad's house in a quiet part of Ohio. My dad had remarried, and I had a whole new set of siblings to navigate. For the most part, it was fun. My siblings and I would spend the long, humid evenings playing games outside, our favorite being Ghost in the Graveyard, which was basically hide and seek and tag combined, played in the dark. I always preferred to hide alone. It was easier to stay hidden, to melt into the shadows. One night, my stepsister was it, and the rest of us scattered into the darkness. I ran down the street, away from the usual hiding spots, and found a perfect place in the deep shadows next to a neighbor's house where the porch light was out. I pressed myself against the cool siding of the house, my breathing shallow, listening for the sound of approaching footsteps. Suddenly, a hand clamped over my mouth and an arm wrapped around my waist, yanking me backwards. A scream caught in my throat. My body went rigid with terror. I looked up and saw the familiar face of my stepbrother, Daniel. He was 16, 3 years older than me, and a lot bigger. He was a football player, strong and athletic. For a split second, I was flooded with relief. It was just him, probably trying to scare me. But the relief vanished as quickly as it came. He didn't let go. His grip on my waist tightened, and his other hand was still pressed firmly over my mouth. I tried to ask him what he was doing, but the sound was muffled against his palm. He turned me around to face him, then effortlessly lifted me up and pushed me against the wall of the house. He tried to kiss me. I thrashed against him, pushing and kicking until he finally let me down. "That's wrong," I managed to say, my voice trembling. "You're my brother." I walked away from him, my heart pounding, and found a new hiding spot. I didn't feel like playing anymore after that. I was walking back to the house when he jogged up beside me, a smug smile on his face. He leaned in close and whispered in my ear, "You know you can't say no to me forever," before sprinting past me to the safe zone. I went inside, feeling sick and confused, but I told myself it was over. It wasn't. That same night, I woke up around 3 a meeting to use the restroom. The downstairs one was broken, so I had to tiptoe upstairs to the one right next to Daniel's room. I figured everyone was asleep. As I walked out of the bathroom, a hand shot out and grabbed my arm, pulling me into the dark hallway. Before I could even register who it was, he kissed me. My dad's room was just down the hall. Terrified of getting caught and not knowing what else to do, I just whispered his name, Daniel, yanked my arm free, and ran back downstairs. The next morning, I called my mom and made up an excuse to have her come pick me up early. For a few years, I managed to avoid him. I lived 3 hours away with my mom, so it wasn't that difficult. But I couldn't avoid my dad's house forever. When I was 16, I went to his house for Thanksgiving. Everything was fine at first. The house was filled with the warm smells of turkey and pie, the sound of the football game on TV, and the chatter of my family. I was trying to have a normal holiday. Then my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. It was a picture of me, taken from behind, as I was bent over playing with my younger cousins. It was accompanied by a string of drooling emojis and the message, "You look beautiful tonight." A cold dread washed over me. I turned around and saw him. Daniel. He was sitting on the couch across the room, just staring at me. I hadn't realized he had arrived. For the rest of the evening, I was on edge, a knot of anxiety tightening in my stomach. I kept it to myself. I was afraid people would think I was inviting his behavior, or worse, that I was lying. After dinner, I looked around and saw that he was gone. I felt a wave of relief. Sometime later, I excused myself to go upstairs to the bathroom. My dad had moved since the original incident, but the new house had a similar layout. The bathroom had 2 doors, one from the hallway and a second one separating the sinks from the toilet and shower area. I went in, did my business, and locked the main door behind me. When I opened the door to the sink area, it was completely dark. In the dim light filtering from the small window in the toilet area, I could see his silhouette. Daniel was standing in front of the door, leading out to the hallway, blocking my exit. I froze. My mind raced. I thought he left. What is he doing here? He walked towards me, pushed me back into the toilet section of the bathroom, and locked the door behind us, plunging us into near total darkness. He backed me into a corner and started caressing my arms and face. I was shaking uncontrollably. He got so close I could feel his breath on my cheek as he moved his hands down under my shirt while kissing my neck. A surge of adrenaline hit me. I moved my hands to his to try and stop him. He stopped, and in the faint light, I could see him smile a creepy, terrifying smile. He removed his hand from my shirt and then whispered in a demanding tone, "Why don't you get on your knees?" I was in a full-blown panic. I don't remember exactly how I got out of there, but I shoved past him, fumbled with the lock, and ran out of that bathroom and back to the living room, my heart threatening to beat out of my chest. That night I was supposed to sleep over. I desperately wanted to go home, but I knew my mom couldn't come get me until the morning. I told myself it would be fine. It was the worst decision of my life. Around 10 p.m., the guests left and the house quieted down. I took a shower and went to the guest room. Exhausted from the food and the emotional turmoil, I fell into a deep sleep. I woke up to a heavy weight on top of me. When I opened my eyes, Daniel was lying on top of me, his hand clamped tightly over my mouth. He was completely naked. He was looking down at me with the most bizarre, sad expression on his face. He started apologizing, telling me over and over that he loved me, that he wished we could be close like we were when we were younger. As he was saying all this, I was lying pinned beneath him, crying, begging him with a muffled voice not to do anything to me. He didn't listen. He proceeded to undress me. What happened next felt like it lasted for an eternity. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. In the morning, he was gone. My mom picked me up, and I was completely silent the entire 3-hour drive home, numb with anger and pain. I never slept over at my dad's house again. I'm 25 now. Up until recently, he would still text me from new numbers, telling me he missed me, that he'd never loved anyone as much as me. The last one said he had wanted my first time to be special. I recently changed my number and haven't heard from him in a few months. I eventually told my stepmom what happened, and of course, through the grapevine, everyone in the family knows now that they all pretend it never happened. They still invite both of us to all the family gatherings. Not a single thing was ever done about it. The assault was horrific, but the silence of my family, their refusal to acknowledge it, is a different kind of violation that has never stopped. It was late 2021, and I was in a strange transitional phase of my life. I had recently started my gender transition and was feeling incredibly isolated. Most of my old friends had drifted away, unable or unwilling to understand what I was going through. I was lonely and desperate for connection, for someone who could relate to my experience. In a moment of vulnerability, I made an account on Lacanto in the personal section, foolishly hoping to find friendship or community. The messages I received were mostly crude and uninteresting, but one evening, a message from a user named Candy13 caught my attention. The user, who I would later know as Zella, claimed she was also trans and had recently moved to the area. She said she was looking for friends and asked for my number so we could talk. Wanting to help a fellow trans person feel less alone, I gave her my number without much hesitation. We started talking on the phone. Zella had a smooth, reassuring voice, and she seemed to understand exactly what I was going through. We talked about the challenges of transitioning, the joy of finally feeling like yourself, and the difficulties of navigating a world that often doesn't understand. She was a great listener, but she was also incredibly persistent. Almost immediately, she started pushing for me to come over to her place. When I hesitated, saying it was too soon, she would lay on the guilt. She'd talk about how lonely she was, how she just wanted a friend to hang out with, how she wanted to buy me new clothes and help me with my makeup. The pressure was relentless. She would text and call incessantly, wearing me down with a combination of compliments and pity. After a particularly bad day, I suffered a panic attack brought on by the stress and her constant harassment. Feeling weak and emotionally drained, I finally caved. She told me to meet her at a Motel 6 on the outskirts of town, a place that was supposedly halfway between us. It was already late, and I was exhausted, but I hastily put on some eyeliner, grabbed $60 from my savings jar, and started the drive. The whole way there, a sense of dread sat heavy in my stomach. I was nervous and so tired that I kept nodding off, my head hitting the cold glass of the car window. When I finally pulled into the dimly lit parking lot of the motel, the place looked even seedier than I had imagined. Zella texted me instructions to wait for her outside, away from the front office, because she had only paid for one person. She said to go to room 261 and wait for her to arrive. When she finally appeared from around the corner of the building, my first thought was confusion. She looked entirely like a man. She wasn't wearing makeup, her hair was short, and she was dressed in a baggy sweatshirt and jeans. I figured she was just in boy mode for safety or convenience and tried not to judge. We walked into the musty, stale-smelling hotel room. We sat on the edge of the lumpy bed and made some awkward small talk. Then, she got up and went into the bathroom to change. When she emerged, she was wearing a cheap-looking dress and a synthetic wig. She laid down on the bed next to me and told me that she didn't really like sex, but preferred intimacy. At first, I was relieved. The last thing I wanted was to feel pressured into something I wasn't ready for. My relief, however, was short-lived. The next part of the night is a hazy, distorted memory. I remember holding a glass pipe in my hand while Zella coaxed me to use it. I vaguely recall her using a folded-up hotel key slip to load a crystalline substance into the bowl, and then adding some other opaque white powder. My head was swimming, and I felt disoriented. She kept murmuring things like, "Relax, you're overthinking it. Just calm down." Like an idiot, I listened. I took a hit from the pipe, and then another. After that, my sense of time and reality began to unravel. Zella ordered me to put on an outfit she had brought. It was a hideous sheer pink fishnet bodysuit with holes in the crotch. I was high and my inhibitions were lowered, but I still felt deeply uncomfortable. I was also forced to wear an ill-fitting pink bra. When she saw that I had body hair, her demeanor shifted dramatically. The friendly, gentle persona vanished, replaced by a cold, harsh anger. She grabbed me by the collar of my shirt and dragged me into the bathroom, blocking the doorway with her body. She shoved a razor into my hand and forced me to shave my entire body. She stood over me, yelling at me for every little mistake. If I shaved in the wrong direction or missed a spot, she would scream in my face. I was on the verge of tears, shaking uncontrollably, trapped in that small, steamy bathroom. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, her anger would recede. Her voice would soften back into the gentle, feminine tone she had used before, and she'd say, "It's okay. Calm down. I'm not going to hurt you," only to revert back to the deep, intimidating voice moments later. After what felt like hours of this terrifying psychological torment, she finally let me out of the bathroom. My memory from this point on is a blur of fragmented images and feelings. I remember him, because by now, his entire facade had completely disappeared, turning on pornography on the TV. He was still wearing the wig, but he spoke and acted entirely like a man. He kept touching me, even though I repeatedly told him to stop. He would pause for a second, only to start again as soon as I looked away. This continued until I was incapacitated, a combination of the drugs and the crushing despair rendering me unable to resist. He whispered horrible things in my ear, things about owning me, about how I was his slave, and he would never let me get my surgery. I either passed out from the drugs, or my mind simply shut down to protect itself. I woke up sometime around 4 a.m. The room was dark and quiet. I crept into the bathroom and frantically texted my roommate, begging for help. I was only in there for a few minutes before he started banging on the door, demanding to know what I was doing. I ran back to the bed and hid my phone, pretending to be asleep. Later, he woke me up by hitting me and forced me to perform oral sex on him. His facade was completely gone now. He was just a violent, angry man. Every time I gagged or paused, he would grab the back of my head and force me to continue. After he was finished, he made me lie back down in the bed with him. My only chance came when he went to the vending machine. I grabbed my phone and messaged my roommate again. Thankfully, after hours of not hearing from me, my roommate had already called the police. I spent the next hour stalling, trying to act normal while waiting for the police to arrive. He'd switched back to his concerned persona, asking me why I was shaking and telling me it was all in my head. When the police didn't show up, I started to panic. He was getting suspicious. I convinced him to drive me home, lying and telling him that my family had mistakenly reported me as a missing person to explain any potential police presence. The entire ride home was agonizing. He yelled at me, coerced me into texting the police to tell them he was innocent, and I had to play along. Terrified, he would dump me on the side of the road. I held my pepper spray in my pocket the whole time. When we finally got to my apartment complex, I ran. I didn't look back. I jumped a fence to my back porch, burst inside, and collapsed, finally safe. The experience left me scarred in ways I'm still trying to understand. A night of terror that started with a simple search for friendship. At 16, in 2022, my entire world revolved around getting my driver's license. The thought of that plastic card, a symbol of ultimate freedom, was all-consuming. To save up for driving lessons in a car, I got my first real job at a local pizza place in our Philadelphia neighborhood. It was a small family-owned shop, and I was excited to start earning my own money. My boss, Mr. Henderson, was a kind, older man who treated his employees well. I worked on the front counter, taking orders, folding pizza boxes, and cleaning. It was a good first job. One of the delivery drivers was a man named Frank. He was even older than my boss, probably in his late 60s, a large, overweight guy who always seemed to be wheezing slightly. For the first month I worked there, he seemed completely harmless. He would make small talk while waiting for his orders, asking about my day, complaining about the price of gas, and talking about his grandkids. He was just a regular old guy, a fixture of the place. I worked every weekend, and he would sometimes come in on Sundays for a few hours to help out during the dinner rush. I got to know him on a casual, coworker level, and I never once felt uncomfortable around him. One Sunday, the store was unusually quiet, and Mr. Henderson let me go home a little early. I was thrilled. I left my shift and walked to the bus stop, which was right around the corner from the pizza shop. It was a chilly evening, and I was messaging my friends, trying to make last-minute plans, when I heard someone call my name. I looked up and saw Frank sitting in his beat-up station wagon on the other side of the street, waving at me. I smiled and waved back, about to return to my phone, when he called out again. "Hey, you want a ride home?" Mr. Henderson asked me to see if you needed one. I hesitated for a moment. My mom's stranger danger lectures, a constant refrain throughout my childhood, echoed in my head. But this wasn't a stranger. This was Frank, my coworker, and the fact that my boss had supposedly sanctioned the ride made it feel safe. The buses on Sundays were notoriously unreliable, and the next one wasn't due for at least half an hour. I decided to take his offer. I walked over to his car and got in the passenger seat. He explained that Mr. Henderson had also let him off early and had mentioned that I had just left. It all seemed so thoughtful and nice. I had no idea how completely wrong I was. He pulled away from the curb, and I gave him my address. He slowly tapped it into the navigation app on his phone, but then he just sat there, the engine idling. "So," he started, turning to look at me. "How much does Mr. Henderson pay you an hour?" The question caught me off guard. It felt a little too personal, but I just answered him. Then I lied and said I needed to get home to help my mom with something, hoping he would start driving. He just smiled and nodded, finally pulling off the curb. At first, he was following the GPS, and I started to relax. But then the questions got weirder. He asked me my age, and when I told him I was 16, his whole face lit up in a way that was deeply unsettling. 16, he said, his eyes wide. "You don't look that young." You have the body of someone older." He glanced down at my thighs, then at my chest. I felt sick. I turned to look out the window, my heart starting to beat a little faster. "You look around 18, he continued. I just nodded, trying to laugh it off awkwardly, not knowing what else to do. "My daughter is 16, he went on, his voice taking on a strange confessional tone. "But her chest is so small and hard, and her legs are so bony." I completely froze. Why was he comparing me to his daughter? And how did he know what her breasts felt like? The thought was so repulsive, so horrifying, that I couldn't even form a response. I just kept staring out the window, praying for the ride to be over. He kept staring at me, only looking away every now and then to glance at the road. After a few minutes of this agonizing silence, he said something that made my stomach churn. He gestured to his own large chest and asked, "My boobs are fat and droopy, aren't they?" He winked at me. I almost threw up. He took the hand closest to me off the steering wheel, grabbed his own breast through his shirt, and started jiggling it. He asked me if I wanted to feel it. I told him no. I didn't think that was a good idea, but he insisted, his voice becoming more demanding. He reached for my hand and tried to pull it towards his chest. I panicked, saying no thank you over and over, but he wouldn't let go. I finally just quickly poked his chest to get him to stop, which caused him to laugh maniacally. I retreated as far as I could, pressing myself against the passenger door. When I looked out the window again, I realized I had no idea where we were. I looked at his phone and saw that we were still 20 minutes away from my house. I knew for a fact that my home was no more than a 15-minute drive from work. Why are we so far away? I asked, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. He told me he knew a shortcut. I didn't believe him for a second. I slowly and discreetly took out my phone, sending my live location to my mom and my best friend. I then told him, trying to sound as casual as possible, that my mom had just called and that she would come get me if I wasn't home soon. This seemed to work. He said he would get back on the route the map was showing. The rest of the ride was a blur of terror. I kept my hand in my pocket, clutching a pen I had taken from work, ready to use it as a weapon if I had to. He kept accidentally tapping my thigh with his hand, each time a little higher than the last. When we finally got to my street, I pointed to a house that wasn't mine and told him to stop there. As I was getting out, he asked for my number, saying he would pick me up and drop me off from now on. I mumbled something non-committal, let him put his number in my phone, and got out of the car as fast as I could. I hid behind a wall until I heard his car drive away. Then I ran to my actual house, burst through the door, and collapsed into my mother's arms, sobbing. My mom was furious. She called Mr. Henderson, who was horrified. He told my mom that he had never ever told Frank to give me a ride. But the most chilling detail came last. Mr. Henderson told us that Frank lived in the next city over, a 30-minute drive in the complete opposite direction of my house. He had no reason to be driving my way. He had offered me a ride for one reason only. What a creep. My childhood home is in a small town in Central Florida, one of those places that feels like it's 90% humidity and 10% secrets. Our house was at the end of a cul-de-sac, and our backyard was our own little paradise. My dad had spent a fortune on a big in-ground pool surrounded by a screened in-lawn eye, what we call a pool cage. It was supposed to keep the bugs out, but it also gave you the feeling of being in a bubble, safe from the world outside. Beyond that screen, however, was a different story. Our property backed up directly onto a dense, swampy stretch of woods. It was a thick, tangled mess of cypress trees, Spanish moss, and overgrown palmettos. During the day, it was just the woods, but at night, it transformed into something else entirely. It was a place that felt ancient and unwelcoming, and over the years, we had our fair share of strange experiences with it. We would hear things, odd noises that couldn't be explained by raccoons or opossums, and sometimes you would get the distinct, chilling feeling that you were being watched from the dark tree line. Last summer, in late July 2023, I had 4 of my closest friends over for a sleepover: Kate, Jessica, Danielle, and Mia. We were all between 16 and 17, and we had been friends since middle school. It was one of those unbearably hot Florida evenings where the air was thick and still. Around 8:30, just as the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon and paint the sky in shades of orange and purple, Kate had the brilliant idea to go for a night swim. It was something we had done 100 times before. We all changed into our bathing suits and jumped into the pool. The water was a perfect relief from the oppressive heat. For the first half hour, everything was normal. We splashed around, played silly games, and laughed till our stomachs hurt. But as the last bits of sunlight faded and the backyard was plunged into darkness, that old, familiar, eerie feeling started to creep in. The woods behind the pool cage became a solid wall of black, and the usual nightly chorus of insects seemed strangely muted. The only light came from the single bulb inside the pool, casting shifting, watery shadows on our faces. It felt like we were on a brightly lit stage for an unseen audience. We were playing Marco Polo, and I remember Jessica, who was always the most perceptive and easily spooked of our group, suddenly went quiet. "Did you guys hear that?" she asked, her voice a little shaky. She said she heard a rustling sound in the woods, something bigger than a squirrel. I told her not to worry about it, that it was probably just an armadillo or a deer. We tried to go back to our game, but the mood had shifted. A few minutes later, Jessica stopped again. "I'm serious," she whispered. "I just saw something move. Over there." She pointed towards a particularly dense patch of trees at the edge of the property. We all froze, floating silently in the water, and stared into the darkness. We listened intently. For a long moment, there was nothing. The only sound was the gentle lapping of the water against the sides of the pool and the distant hum of a neighbor's air conditioning unit. It was dead silent. We eventually convinced ourselves it was just her imagination playing tricks on her in the dark. We decided to stop the games and just float on the rafts for a while before heading inside. I was lying on my back, looking up at the stars, when we heard it. It was a whistle. A clear, sharp, two-toned whistle that cut through the silence. It came from deep within the woods. All 5 of our heads shot up. We looked at each other, our eyes wide in the dim pool light, a silent question passing between us. We all heard it. We waited, motionless, wondering if it was just some random sound, some strange bird we had never heard before. Then it happened again. The exact same whistle, but this time, it was undeniably closer. A cold dread washed over me. This wasn't an animal. The sound was deliberate, human. We slowly and quietly slid off our rafts, trying not to make a splash. We moved as one, getting out of the pool and backing away towards the sliding glass door that led into the house. Our eyes were glued to the dark woods, searching for any sign of movement. The whistle came again, and then again, each time a little closer than the last, as if someone was walking towards us through the trees. We never saw a person, but we could feel their presence. We fumbled with the sliding door, ran inside, and slammed it shut, making sure to flip the lock. We stood there for a moment in the kitchen, hearts pounding, before running to my bedroom at the front of the house. We quickly got changed and decided to put on a movie, anything to distract us from the terrifying realization that someone had been out there in the woods, watching us. We had been watching the movie for about 15 minutes when the whistling started again. My blood turned to ice. This time, it wasn't coming from the backyard. It was coming from right outside my bedroom window. It was the same distinct, two-toned whistle. We all froze, lying on my bed, too scared to even breathe. The whistling was soon joined by a soft, rhythmic tapping on the window pane. Tap, tap. It was a patient, deliberate sound that seemed to be taunting us. It felt like whatever, or whoever, had been in the woods had followed us around the house. I looked at my friends, and I could see the sheer terror reflected in their eyes. This wasn't a prank. My house was set back from the street, with a large front yard. For someone to be at my window, they had to walk all the way up my driveway and into the flower bed right beneath it. Danielle started crying silently, tears streaming down her face. I grabbed my phone and motioned for everyone to stay quiet. I mouthed the words, "Call 911" to Mia. As she was on the phone with the operator, whispering what was happening, the gentle tapping on the window suddenly turned into a harsh, violent banging. It sounded like someone was hitting the glass with their fist. We all huddled together on the bed, praying the police would get there soon. Those 5 minutes felt like an eternity. Then, we heard the faint sound of sirens in the distance, getting closer and closer. The moment the first siren became audible, everything stopped. The banging ceased. The whistling went silent. By the time the police cars pulled into my driveway, the world outside my window was completely quiet again. It was as if nothing had ever happened. The police searched the entire property, the front yard, the backyard, and even the edge of the woods. They found nothing. No footprints in the soft dirt of the flower bed. No signs of disturbance. Except for one thing. Lying in the grass, directly beneath my bedroom window, was a large kitchen knife. It wasn't from our kitchen. We checked. We spent the rest of the night huddled in the living room, unable to sleep, jumping at every tiny sound. We never found out who was outside our house that night, but the memory of that whistle still sends a chill down my spine. In the fall of 2023, I was living in Nashville and going through a rough patch. My long-term boyfriend had unexpectedly broken up with me, and I was left feeling heartbroken and incredibly lonely in a city where I didn't know many people. A coworker of mine, who was always talking about the great guy she met on a dating app, eventually convinced me to give it a try. I had always been skeptical of online dating. It just seemed so artificial and strange to me. But I was feeling desperate for a distraction, for any kind of human connection. So, with a heavy sigh and a what the heck attitude, I downloaded OkCupid and created a profile. For the first week, my experience was exactly as I had expected. My inbox was flooded with low-effort, generic messages. "Hello, beautiful," "Hi, sexy," and other equally uninspired greetings filled my screen. I was about to delete the app altogether, convinced it was a complete waste of time. Then, a message from a guy named David popped up. I can't even remember what his opening line was, but it was different from the rest. It was witty and engaging, and it made me laugh. I clicked on his profile. He was a decent-looking guy, with kind eyes and a nice smile in his photos. He lived in Baltimore, which was a long way from Nashville, but his conversation was so refreshing that I didn't mind. I responded, and we started messaging back and forth. For the first few days, everything seemed perfect. He was charming, intelligent, and funny. He seemed completely normal. We had great conversations about everything and nothing. It felt easy and natural. We eventually decided to exchange phone numbers and start talking on the phone. The first phone call was great. We talked for hours, and he still seemed like the same wonderful guy from his messages. But on our second phone call, things took a sharp, terrifying turn. I guess he felt comfortable enough with me to drop the facade and reveal who he truly was. He started telling me stories from his past, and they were deeply disturbing. He casually mentioned that when he was in the army, he went to a bar with some friends and met a girl. He said they talked for a while and then went out to his car to make out. Then, in the same calm, conversational tone, he told me that one thing led to another, and he ended up raping her. I was so stunned that I thought I must have misheard him. The air left my lungs, and my heart felt like it had dropped into my stomach. "I'm sorry," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Did you just say you raped her?" He let out a small laugh, a chilling, dismissive sound. "Well, yeah," he said. I had to hold her down. She tried to scream, so I covered her mouth and told her I'd hurt her if she didn't shut up. My mind was reeling. I couldn't process the casual cruelty with which he was describing this horrific act. But what he said next was even more sickening. I could tell she liked it, though. I felt nauseous. The man I had been laughing with just moments before was a monster. My entire body went cold, and a terrible vibe washed over me. Every instinct was telling me to hang up the phone, to block his number, and never speak to him again. But I was frozen, trapped in a state of morbid fascination and pure shock. For some reason, I stayed on the line. He then proceeded to tell me that he had been married before and had a son. He said his ex-wife had left him for another man. So, one night, he took a gun and hid in the bushes outside her house, waiting for her and her new partner to come home. He told me, again in that same unnervingly calm voice, that he had fully intended to kill them both that night. The only reason he didn't was because she happened to spot him in the bushes and called the police. He spoke about these things as if they were perfectly normal, just unfortunate events from his past. It was absolutely insane. I had no idea why he was confiding in me, but I knew with absolute certainty that I could never, ever meet this person. The final straw came when he started talking about our future together. After only a few days of talking, he told me he had a job offer in Thailand and that he wanted me to marry him and move there with him. I was speechless. He was talking about marriage and moving to another country, and we had never even met in person. I made up an excuse, telling him I couldn't leave my family and friends in Nashville. This made him angry. He told me to stop being a baby and that it was time for me to start making my own decisions. Then, the true extent of his controlling, psychotic nature came pouring out. He told me that he doesn't allow his woman to work. He said I would have to stay at home at all times unless I had his explicit permission to leave the house. He described his bizarre, violent sexual fantasies, which involved him breaking into the house, tying me up, and sharing me with 3 of his friends. He said I would have to do this whether I liked it or not. He demanded that I only speak to my friends and family with his permission. The man was a complete psycho. At that point, I finally found my voice. I told him he was making me extremely uncomfortable and that there was no way I would ever be involved with him. I told him to lose my number and never contact me again. He exploded. He started screaming at me, calling me stupid for ruining everything, and saying that all women were the same. He called me a series of horrible names before I finally slammed the phone down and blocked his number. I immediately deleted my OkCupid account. He tried to call me a few times from different numbers and even found me on Facebook, but I ignored and blocked every attempt. Eventually, he stopped. I thank God that all his red flags were revealed so early. I can't even imagine what would have happened if I had actually met him in person. He probably would have kidnapped and raped me, or worse. It was a terrifying glimpse into the mind of a true psychopath, a danger I never knew existed until it was speaking to me so calmly through my own phone. For me, the smell of summer will always be a mixture of dusty stage curtains, cheap pizza, and the faint, sweet scent of stage makeup. From the time I was 12 until I was 18, my summers were spent at the Youth Performing Arts Workshop, a summer camp run out of the private high school I attended in a suburb of Chicago. It was my whole world. We would spend 10 grueling, wonderful weeks putting on a full musical production, and I made some of my best memories and closest friends in that dimly lit auditorium. Looking back now, as a 26-year-old woman, I can see that there was a darkness lurking behind the curtain. A darkness embodied by 2 men I trusted implicitly, Mr. Albright, the camp's director, and Mr. David, our dance teacher. The workshop was Mr. Albright's creation, a non-profit organization dedicated to bringing theater to kids from all backgrounds. Many of us, myself included, were students at the private school where the camp was held, but a large portion of the campers were from low-income families in the county, attending for free. Mr. Albright was the center of that universe. He was a charismatic, larger-than-life figure who could command the attention of 200 kids with a single word. But as I got older and transitioned from camper to counselor at 15, I started to notice the cracks in his facade. He had a mean streak that he often disguised as theatrical perfectionism. I remember him stopping a rehearsal of first and second graders and asking, in a loud, mocking voice, "Who here rides the short bus?" Because they weren't getting the choreography right. We, the teenage counselors, started to notice other things too. He would disappear for hours, sometimes days, at a time with no explanation. There was a constant turnover of the organization's vice president, the person who was supposed to eventually take over from him. As kids, we never thought much of it, but as counselors, we saw a pattern. We even made a morbidly funny Mr. Albright bingo game, with squares for things like inappropriate joke about a child's weight, leaves for a 3-hour lunch, and makes a female counselor cry. We used humor to cope with the increasingly bizarre and uncomfortable environment he was creating. When I was 17, a woman named Miss Carroll was appointed as the new VP. She was a force of nature, a strong, incredible woman who genuinely cared about the kids and about us counselors. She was a single mom who had put her own kids through the program, and she was exactly what the organization needed. Mr. Albright had announced his plans to move out of state in a few years, and she was set to take over. But Ms. Carroll was sharp, and she started asking questions, particularly about the finances. One night, after a particularly grueling dress rehearsal, she gathered all the counselors together. She told us that Mr. Albright had been refusing to let her see the organization's financial records. She had managed to find them anyway, and what she discovered was sickening. He was using the nonprofit's bank account as his own personal slush fund. Even worse, he had forged her signature on his mortgage application. And to top it all off, we found out he had been committing tax fraud with our paychecks. We had to consult an attorney to figure out how to file our taxes without getting into legal trouble. The day after Miss Carroll confronted him, Mr. Albright went into panic mode. He called an emergency board meeting, but he didn't invite her. Instead, he came to me and my boyfriend at the time, who was also a counselor, and asked us to join the nonprofit's board of directors. We were seniors in high school, and the idea of putting board member on our college applications was too good to pass up. We naively said yes. The moment we agreed, his friendly demeanor vanished. His face hardened, and he looked at us with cold, intimidating eyes. He told us that during the meeting, he was going to make a proposal, and we needed to second it. He made it very clear that if we didn't support him, our grades in his year-round theater class would suffer. We sat on the edge of the stage where we had grown up, the stage that had always felt like home and felt completely trapped. During the meeting, he proposed firing Miss Carroll for a litany of fabricated reasons. He glared at me, a silent, menacing command. I heard my own voice, small and trembling, say the word second. She was removed from the organization. Before she could report him to the proper authorities, and before he could face any legal consequences for the fraud, he dissolved the entire nonprofit, quit his teaching job at the school, and moved 6 hours away. We never spoke to him again. That whole saga with Mr. Albright was strange and disillusioning, but the truly unnerving story belongs to Mr. David, the dance teacher. We all adored him. He had been our choreographer since we were kids. He was funny, talented, and patient. He was the one who saw my potential and made me his assistant choreographer when I became a counselor. My memories of him were overwhelmingly positive, filled with laughter and shared creativity. One summer, my boyfriend and I were running the sound for one of his dance rehearsals with the elementary school kids. The music was playing from his iPad, and he gave us the passcode so we could control it. My boyfriend, being a curious teenager, decided to do a little snooping. What he found shocked us. In the photo gallery, hidden among pictures of his kids and dance routines, were nude photos of my abusive ex-boyfriend. It was bizarre and deeply unsettling. This man we had all grown up with and trusted had naked pictures of my ex. We were too shocked and confused to know what to do with that information. We told the other counselors, but we never mentioned it to Mr. David. It was a single massive red flag that we chose to ignore. Years passed. We all went off to college and moved away from our hometown. In the summer of 2019, I was scrolling through Facebook when I saw a news article from my old hometown paper. The headline read, "Local man suspected of multiple sex and voyeurism crimes." The mugshot was of Mr. David. I sent the article to our old counselor group chat, and we were all horrified. None of us had ever seen it coming. He had never been inappropriate with any of us, never groomed or manipulated us. He was nothing like Mr. Albright. The article detailed his crimes. He had placed a hidden camera in a clock in his bathroom. He had allegedly assaulted multiple people, both male and female, after getting them drunk and high. He provided alcohol and marijuana to minors. His arrest report stated he was in possession of nude videos of 2 children under 11. We followed his case for the next 2 years as it wound its way through the legal system. In the end, many of the most serious charges were dropped in a plea deal. He was found guilty of possession of obscene material and video voyeurism of victims under 17. He's set to be released from jail this fall, and because of the dropped charges, he is not currently a registered sex offender. The fact that a group of us who grew up with this man, who were mentored by him, never saw a single sign of the monster he was, has left me with a profound sense of distrust. He committed heinous acts against children who were the same age we were when we first met him, and he's facing minimal repercussions. It just goes to show that you can never truly know what someone is capable of. The people you trust the most can be the ones hiding the darkest secrets. For several years, my life was defined by the smell of sawdust, potting soil, and industrial-grade fertilizer. I was a department supervisor at a huge home and garden center in a suburb of Denver, one of those massive warehouse-style stores you could get lost in. It happened in 2023. My domain was the outdoor garden section, a sprawling area of seasonal plants, stone pavers, and towering bags of mulch. I enjoyed the work. It was physical, and I liked helping people bring their little corners of the world to life. Part of my job was training new hires for the department, which was usually a straightforward process of showing them how to operate the register and not kill the petunias. That was how I met Elias. From the very first day, I knew there was something different about him. It wasn't one specific thing, but a collection of small, unsettling details. He was a few years younger than me, probably in his early 20s, short and wiry with a pale, almost translucent complexion. But it was his eyes that really got to you. They were wide, a pale, washed-out blue, and they rarely blinked. When he looked at you, it wasn't like he was seeing you. It was like he was scanning you for flaws, for some impurity only he could perceive. He had a way of standing just a little too close when you were talking to him, invading your personal space in a way that set your teeth on edge. His whole demeanor was just wrong. I tried to ignore my gut feeling, telling myself he was probably just nervous or maybe on the autism spectrum. I resolved to be patient and show him the ropes. A couple of days into his training, we were restocking a shipment of terracotta pots. He worked in a tense, rigid silence that made the simple task feel incredibly awkward. Trying to break the ice, I asked him what he liked to do in his spare time. He stopped what he was doing and turned to face me, his unblinking eyes locking onto mine. He told me, in a flat, monotone voice, that he had been reborn in the light of Christ. He then launched into a detailed and entirely unsolicited story about his past, a life of drugs and alcohol that he claimed to have left behind after finding his faith. He then asked me, with an unnerving intensity, if I was a Christian. He said I needed to be, because if I wasn't, I was a bad person living in darkness. I was completely taken aback. I didn't know what to say. The truth was, I'm a practicing Wiccan. It's a peaceful, nature-based pagan religion, but I was acutely aware that this was probably not something Elias would understand or appreciate. My faith is personal to me. I don't advertise it, but I'm not ashamed of it either. The only outward sign is a small silver pentacle I wear on a chain around my neck, but I always keep it tucked under my shirt collar at work. Not wanting to get into a theological debate in the middle of the pottery aisle, I just mumbled something about considering myself a spiritual person and tried to change the subject back to the task at hand. The look he gave me was one of profound disappointment, as if I had personally failed him. Unfortunately, he didn't let it go. A few days later, he must have seen my necklace when I bent down to pick something up, or perhaps he wrangled the information out of a more talkative coworker. He found me in the staff break room during my lunch. It was like a scene out of a movie. He slammed his palms flat on the table, making my coffee cup jump. His face was beet red, and his pale eyes looked wild and furious. "You worship the devil," he hissed, his voice trembling with rage. "You are aware you're going to hell, you filthy heathen, right?" I was shocked. I'm a pretty big guy, taller and heavier than him, and I've never been in a real fight in my life. But in that moment, I felt a genuine flicker of fear. This was happening in my workplace, a place I had always felt safe. I asked him what on earth he was talking about, trying to keep my voice calm. He started ranting, his voice getting louder and louder about how my religion was evil, that I was a servant of Satan, and that I needed to repent and accept Jesus before it was too late. He was drawing the attention of the few other people in the room, who were all staring with wide eyes. Just as quickly as he had appeared, he turned and stormed out, leaving a stunned silence in his wake. I immediately went to my store manager and told him everything. It turned out I wasn't the first to complain. Elias had only been working there for a little over a week, and he had already developed a reputation. He would follow other employees around the store, trying to preach to them, and would become aggressive and offended when they told him to leave them alone. He had even tried to hand religious pamphlets to customers. The manager called Elias into his office and gave him a formal warning to stop harassing his coworkers and to keep his religious beliefs to himself. I wish I could say that made a difference, but it didn't. If anything, it seemed to make him worse. He became obsessed with me, the filthy heathen, as he now called me whenever he thought no one else was listening. His mission, apparently, was to save my soul. He started cornering me in the aisles, in the stockroom, anywhere he could get me alone. He would aggressively demand that I take off my devil symbol and put on a crucifix he tried to press into my hand. He would follow me, reciting Bible quotes in a low, menacing tone. The anxiety was starting to eat away at me. I started dreading coming to work. I would scan the parking lot before getting out of my car, hoping I wouldn't see him. Every day, more complaints were filed with management. Customers were starting to complain about him too. It was clear he wasn't going to last much longer. The final straw came during a busy Saturday afternoon. I was in an aisle, helping a customer find the right kind of weed killer. Elias appeared at the end of the aisle, his face contorted in a furious scowl. He was holding a thick, leather-bound Bible. "This is the only way I can save you," he screamed, his voice echoing through the store. And then he threw it. The Bible flew through the air like a missile, narrowly missing my head and crashing into a display of garden gnomes behind me, sending them scattering across the floor. That was it. Management called him into the office, but before they could officially fire him, he quit. He stormed out, yelling about how we were discriminating against his faith. As he left the building, he paused at the automatic doors and looked back at me. I'll never forget the look in his eyes. It was pure, undiluted hatred. It was the look of a man who was genuinely dangerous. We were all incredibly relieved to see him go. The atmosphere in the store instantly improved, and after a week or so, life returned to normal. We gradually forgot about the strange, fanatical man who had briefly made our lives a living hell. Until a few weeks later. I was on my break, scrolling through my phone, when a coworker ran up to me, holding a copy of the local newspaper. "You need to see this," she said, her voice shaking. There on the front page was a mugshot of Elias. He looked even more unhinged than I remembered. His eyes were wild, his hair was a mess, and he had dark bags under his eyes. The headline was chilling. He had been arrested for holding a group of children at knife point at a bus stop not far from the store. He had forced them to listen to him preach for nearly an hour, and when two of them tried to run, he had beaten them severely. A passerby had seen what was happening and called the police. I felt a cold dread wash over me as I read the final paragraph of the article. After his arrest, Elias had told the police that he had been on his way back to his former workplace. He was going to punish his coworkers for not listening to him, for not letting him save them. He said he was especially coming for the filthy heathen to cleanse the store of his evil. I froze, the newspaper shaking in my hands. The horrible realization of what he had been planning to do hit me like a physical blow. He had a knife. If those poor children hadn't been at that bus stop, if they hadn't distracted him, he would have come back to the store. He would have come back for me. Elias was sentenced to several years in prison. I'm sorry for what he did to those kids, and for the terror he must have put them through. But a selfish part of me will always be grateful that they were there that day. They were the reason he never made it back to the store. Despite everything, I genuinely hope he gets the psychiatric help he so clearly and desperately needs. Back in the summer of 2022, my group of friends and I were buzzing with the kind of energy that only a 17th birthday can bring. It was for my friend, Amelia, and her parents had gone all out, at least by our teenage standards. They lived in a nice, quiet suburban neighborhood in Oregon, the kind with perfectly manicured lawns and houses that all looked vaguely the same. The plan was a classic: swim in her pool until our fingers turned to raisins, gossip about boys, and then crash in the large camper trailer her dad kept parked in their driveway. The trailer was the main selling point for us. It meant we could be as loud as we wanted without waking her parents, a perfect little bubble of teenage freedom just a few feet from the main house. I remember the inside of that trailer vividly. It was surprisingly spacious. As you walked in, there was a small kitchenette and a dinette table that could be converted into a bed. To the left, tucked into a corner, was a set of bunk beds, and right next to them was a single twin bed. It felt like our own private clubhouse. That afternoon and evening were a blur of fun. We swam for hours, the scent of chlorine mixing with the coconut smell of sunscreen. We blasted music from a portable speaker, ate way too much pizza and birthday cake, and a few of the girls, including my friend Chloe, who was sharing the top bunk with me, had snuck in some alcohol. There was the usual dose of drama. Tears over a boy who texted the wrong girl, followed by loud, unbreakable promises of lifelong friendship. It was everything a 17th birthday sleepover was supposed to be. By the time we finally decided to retreat to the trailer, it was well past 2 in the morning. The neighborhood was completely silent, shrouded in the dim orange glow of the streetlights. We all piled inside, still giddy and loud, before Amelia reminded us to quiet down so we didn't disturb the neighbors. We changed into our pajamas, claimed our sleeping spots, and the energy in the trailer slowly started to wind down. I was exhausted and drifted off pretty quickly, lulled to sleep by the hum of the trailer's small air conditioning unit and the muffled whispers of my friends. I was somewhere in that fuzzy space between sleep and wakefulness when I felt Chloe shift beside me on the top bunk. I mumbled something, telling her to lie still, but she didn't seem to hear me. I cracked my eyes open. She was on her hands and knees, peering out of the small rectangular window that looked out onto the street. After a few seconds, she let out a loud, drunken, "Hey." I groaned and pulled a pillow over my head, but her voice cut through the quiet of the trailer. "Leave him alone, you creep," she yelled. That got my attention. I sat up, my heart starting to beat a little faster. "Chloe, what are you doing?" I whispered harshly. "There's some guy out there," she slurred, pointing out the window. "He's following this other kid." I crawled over to the window and looked out. The streetlight cast long shadows on the empty sidewalk. At first, I didn't see anything. Then, I caught a flicker of movement. A young guy, probably our age, was walking quickly down the street. He kept glancing over his shoulder, his face etched with worry. About 20 feet behind him, another figure emerged from the shadows. This one was taller, broader, and moving with a purpose that felt menacing. He wasn't running, just walking at a fast, steady pace that told you he would eventually catch up. Before I could say anything, Amelia, who had heard the commotion from the bed below, yelled, "What's wrong with you? Get away from him." Her voice, combined with Chloe's, was sharp and loud in the dead of night. The man who was following the other kid stopped dead in his tracks. He slowly turned his head, his gaze sweeping across the houses until it landed on our trailer. Even from that distance, I could feel the intensity of his stare. The boy he had been following took his chance and broke into a sprint, disappearing around the corner. The man didn't seem to care. His attention was now completely fixed on us. "Get down," I hissed, pulling Chloe away from the window. My heart was pounding in my chest. We both ducked below the window's edge, suddenly very aware of how vulnerable we were. The walls of the trailer felt paper thin. We stayed quiet, listening. For a full minute, there was nothing but the sound of our own breathing. I was hoping he had just moved on, dismissed it as some random yelling, and continued on his way. Chloe, emboldened by alcohol and a severe lack of judgment, decided to peek again. Her gasp was sharp and immediate. "He's coming over here," she whispered, her voice trembling. I chanced to look myself. She was right. The man was walking slowly across the lawn, his eyes scanning the trailer. He was tall, wearing a dark hoodie and jeans, his face obscured by the shadows. He moved with a strange, deliberate slowness, like a predator investigating a strange new sound. He got closer and closer until he was right beside the trailer door. My blood ran cold. I slid off the bunk as quietly as I could and crawled over to where Amelia and our other friends, Mackenzie and Sarah, were. "Don't make a sound," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "There is a man right outside the door." Their eyes went wide with fear. Amelia, who was closest to the door, slowly got up and peered through the blinds of another window. She recoiled instantly. "Everyone get under the bottom bunk." "Now," she commanded in a hushed, urgent tone. We all scrambled to obey, huddling together in the cramped space under the lower bunk bed, a tangled mess of limbs and terrified silence. All except for Jessica, our smallest but fiercest friend. She refused to hide, instead darting from window to window, trying to keep track of him. For what felt like an eternity, there was silence. We held our breath, straining to hear any sound from outside. "He's gone," Jessica finally whispered from a window that faced the garage. We waited another minute, still not daring to move. The adrenaline was starting to wear off, replaced by a shaky confusion. We started contemplating what to do. Should we call Amelia's dad? Should we call the police? It felt like an overreaction now that he was gone. Just as we were starting to relax, Jessica let out another sharp gasp. She was at the window on the bottom bunk, the one we were hiding under. "He's right there," she breathed, her voice filled with terror. "He's right next to the window." She said she could only see his legs, standing perfectly still in the grass just inches from where we were hiding. She slammed the small window latch shut and scrambled back. The sense of safety we had momentarily felt was shattered. He had been playing with us, letting us think he was gone. Jessica continued to be our eyes, moving silently between the windows while the rest of us stayed huddled together. At one point, she reported that he had walked to the middle of the street and was just standing there, looking at the house, at the trailer. He stood there for a long time, perfectly motionless, a dark silhouette against the streetlights. We were all convinced it was finally over when he turned and started walking away down the street in the direction he had originally come from. We slowly began to untangle ourselves, getting back into our beds, our whispers now filled with nervous energy as we rehashed what had just happened. But Jessica, ever vigilant, decided to take one last look out the front window of the trailer. Her voice was flat and devoid of emotion when she spoke. "He's on the front porch." A new wave of fear washed over us. He was on the steps of Amelia's house. We were completely helpless. We couldn't call out for her parents without him hearing us. We didn't know what he wanted, what he was capable of. Did he have a weapon? Was he trying to break in? All we could do was sit in absolute silence, praying that he would leave. Every tiny creak of the trailer, every rustle of leaves outside, sent a jolt of panic through me. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely. After what must have been 15 or 20 minutes, but felt like hours, Jessica whispered that he was gone. None of us slept for the rest of the night. We sat up, watching the windows, until the first rays of sunlight began to filter through. In the morning, when Amelia told her parents what happened, her dad immediately went to check the footage from their home surveillance cameras. He came back inside a few minutes later, his face grim. The cameras had been disconnected. The wires were cut. There was no proof of what had happened, just the shared memory of 6 terrified teenage girls. The police were called. A report was filed. but with no evidence and no suspect, there was nothing they could do. The next night, Amelia was home alone and heard scratching and rattling at her front door. She locked herself in her parents' bedroom until they got home. We never found out who that man was or what he would have done if he had realized the trailer was full of people. Maybe he just wanted to scare us for yelling at him, or maybe he had something far worse in mind. I know we were stupid for drawing attention to ourselves, but that night taught me a terrifying lesson about how quickly a sense of safety can be ripped away. In my town in rural Michigan, there wasn't much for a group of 14-year-old boys to do in the summer of 2021. Our options were limited to loitering at the gas station or riding our bikes aimlessly through the quiet suburban streets. So, when my friend Alex told us he had found an abandoned factory in the woods just a short bike ride from my house, it was like he had discovered a lost city of gold. It promised adventure, a place that was ours, free from the watchful eyes of our parents. The factory was a decaying relic from the town's more prosperous past, a place that had once manufactured car parts. It was a single-story brick building, but it was massive, sprawling across several acres and surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. Nature was already reclaiming it. Vines snaked up the walls, and saplings grew through cracks in the vast parking lot. Alex had found a spot where the fence had been cut, creating an easy entrance. Our first visit was filled with a nervous, electric energy. The four of us, me, Alex, and our friends Ben and Leo, hid our bikes in a thicket of bushes across the street and slipped through the hole in the fence. The inside was a cathedral of rust and ruin. Sunlight streamed through the broken skylights, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. The main factory floor was a huge open space, littered with debris and the ghosts of old machinery. There were smaller offices along one side, their doors hanging off the hinges, the floors carpeted with soggy, mildewed papers. It quickly became our go-to spot. We started calling it the cabin, a private joke that made it feel more like our clubhouse and less like a trespassing charge waiting to happen. But our explorations weren't entirely innocent. Alex, who was always a bit of a hustler, discovered that some of the old equipment and wiring contained valuable metals like copper and brass. We started bringing tools with us, prying off bits of metal and collecting them in our backpacks. Alex would then sell the scrap for a small profit, which we'd use to buy junk food and video games. It felt like we were getting away with something, which only added to the thrill. We grew comfortable, maybe too comfortable. We knew every corner of that factory. We knew which floorboards creaked and which doors were rusted shut. We stopped being quiet, our voices and laughter echoing through the cavernous space. We even got careless. One afternoon, when I wasn't with them, the others left their bikes out in the open, not hidden in the bushes. They came back to find them gone, stolen by some older kids who lived in a rougher part of the neighborhood and were known for their gang affiliations. It was a wake-up call, a reminder that we weren't as alone or as safe as we thought. After that, we were more careful. We decided to walk to the factory, leaving our bikes at a friend's house that was a little closer. One afternoon, as we were making the trek, we noticed that the car belonging to the gang members from across the street wasn't in their driveway. We all groaned, complaining that we had walked for nothing when we could have ridden our bikes. But we continued on, undeterred. We slipped through the fence and into the familiar, dusty embrace of the cabin. We were messing around, throwing rocks at the remaining windows when we all heard it. A faint sound of rustling from the woods that bordered the factory property. We froze, but then Ben pointed out that some of our other friends knew we came here and were supposed to meet us. We shrugged it off, assuming it was them. The factory had two main sections: the huge open factory floor and a smaller, windowless room in the back that housed the main electrical breakers and wiring. It was a dark, cramped room that always gave me the creeps, and we generally avoided it. There was only one door leading into it, a heavy metal thing that was so warped it never shut properly. We were all on the main floor when my friend Mark, who had a flair for the dramatic, suddenly let out a yelp. He swore he had just heard that metal door to the electrical room slam shut. We all went silent, listening. The air was thick with tension. Then, Mark screamed, a genuine, terrified scream. "Run!" he yelled, his eyes wide with panic. "Just run!" We didn't need to be told twice. We didn't ask questions. The sheer terror in his voice was enough. We sprinted out of the factory, through the hole in the fence, and didn't stop until we were back on the main road, our lungs burning. We turned back to look at the factory, half expecting to see someone chasing us. The building was silent and still, but for a split second, just before we turned to run home, I saw it. A woman's face in one of the broken windows of the office section. She was just a pale oval in the darkness, but I could have sworn I saw her looking right at us. We ran the whole way back to our friend's house, picked up our bikes, and went home. Mark later swore that after he heard the door slam, he had peeked around a corner and seen a woman standing in the doorway of the electrical room, just watching us, before she had slipped back into the darkness. We never went back to the cabin. The thought of who that woman was, what she was doing in a dark, windowless room in an abandoned factory, was too terrifying to contemplate. Was she a squatter? Was she connected to the gang members who had stolen our bikes? We never found out, and frankly, we were too scared to try. Our private kingdom had been invaded, and the magic was gone, replaced by a cold, lingering fear. For the last 8 years, I've lived and worked at a secluded resort nestled deep in the forests of the Pacific Northwest. I moved here from a big city in California, seeking a quieter, more peaceful life. I'm the general manager of the resort, a job I've held for a long time. It's a unique setup. All the management staff, including me, live on site in private cabins. It creates a close-knit community, but it also means you can never truly get away from your coworkers. This story is about my co-general manager, a man I'll call Frank. I first met Frank about 5 years ago. I was 25 at the time, and he was in his late 40s, making him 23 years my senior. He started out as a regular maintenance worker. He was married back then. Frank is a tall, imposing man, well over 6 feet, with a dark complexion and these small, dark eyes that always seemed to be watching, calculating. I remember feeling a little wary of him right from the start. He had a habit of staring at me, his gaze lingering just a little too long to be comfortable. He would make strange, off-the-wall comments that were often tinged with a weird, sexual undertone. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just his personality and I needed to get used to it. Within a year, he was promoted to a management position, becoming my co-general manager. Around the same time, his wife left him and moved back to their home state. I genuinely felt bad for him. Going through a divorce is hard, and I could see he was struggling. So, I started to befriend him. We had to work closely together every day, so it seemed like the right thing to do. Over time, I came to view him as a close friend, despite his occasional odd behavior. I would dismiss the staring and the inappropriate comments as just Frank being Frank. About a year ago, things started to get worse. I began to notice that he would manage to pop up wherever I was on the property. If I was inspecting a cabin, he would suddenly appear to check on something. If I was talking to a guest by the lake, he would come over and insert himself into the conversation. He became overprotective, getting visibly agitated if I was talking or laughing with another male employee. Again, I made excuses for him. I thought maybe it was an age thing, a misguided fatherly concern. At the beginning of 2024, my husband and I started having serious marital problems. I was distraught, and I made the mistake of confiding in Frank. I vented to him about my struggles, and he was a surprisingly good listener. But he used my vulnerability against me. His behavior became exponentially more creepy. The popping up became constant. He started touching me, claiming it was just playful. It would be a hand on my shoulder that would slide down my back, or a playful slap on my behind. He started making explicit comments about my body, telling me how nice my breasts and butt were. He would even give examples of times he had been watching me, describing what I was wearing and what I was doing. I finally started to push back. I told him that I didn't appreciate his comments or the touching. Each time, he would apologize profusely, promise it would never happen again, and then stop for about a day before starting all over again. The situation reached a terrifying climax about a month ago. We were working on remodeling one of the guest cabins together. I went into the bedroom to look at the new furniture, and he came up behind me, wrapped his arms around my waist, and pulled me tightly against him. He started squeezing my breasts and trying to kiss my neck. Panic seized me. I struggled against him, and the moment I was able to break his grasp, I stumbled forward and told him that he had gone way too far and this could never happen again. I was trying my best to keep my voice steady, to not make a scene. Just then, my assistant manager, Leo, walked into the cabin. The relief that flooded through me was overwhelming. Frank muttered an excuse and quickly left. The moment he was gone, I broke down completely. Leo is a very close friend of mine, and he was furious about what had happened. He insisted that I report Frank to the owner immediately. He told me that he and several other employees had noticed Frank's inappropriate behavior and were worried about me. A few days after that incident, Frank cornered me and told me that he was falling in love with me. I told him, point blank, that I did not feel the same way. He then said that he needed to distance himself from me to get his feelings under control. I agreed, thinking it was the best possible solution. But the very next day, he was back to his old behavior, throwing a temper tantrum when I refused to go to the store with him. The past few weeks have been a living nightmare. He follows me everywhere. He forces me into uncomfortable conversations, ranting about how no woman has ever told him no. He has this crazy obsession that I'm having an affair with our other assistant manager, Dex, and he goes on wild rampages about it. One night, he threatened both me and Dex, saying he had friends in high places who owed him favors, and that he could get rid of someone if he wanted to without getting caught. He has tried to blame me for his behavior, claiming I dangled myself in front of him and gave him hope. I did report everything to the owner of the resort. She was horrified, and she has assured me that things are being put in motion to handle the situation. But the process is slow, and in the meantime, I am still forced to live and work in close proximity to him. I am constantly uncomfortable, looking over my shoulder, and genuinely concerned for my safety. After reevaluating past conversations I had with his ex-wife, I am not convinced that he hasn't hurt a woman before. For now, I'm doing my best to stay away from him and stay safe, but I have a horrible feeling that this won't end well. I got a job at a large discount store called Big Lots during my senior year of high school in 2024. It was in a bleak little strip mall in our small Pennsylvania town, sandwiched between a laundromat and a struggling pizza place. I worked 3 nights a week, mostly to save up money for a beat-up old Toyota I had my eye on. The job was mind-numbingly boring. My main tasks were stocking shelves and facing the aisles, which is retail speak for pulling all the products to the front to make the shelves look full. The store was usually pretty quiet, especially on weeknights as we got closer to the 9 o'clock closing time. The last hour of my shift was often spent in near silence, the only sounds being the hum of the fluorescent lights and the distant whir of the floor buffer. One Tuesday night, about a week before Christmas, I was working my usual closing shift. It was around 8:30, dark and cold outside, and the store was almost empty. My manager told me to go tidy up the seasonal aisle, which was a chaotic explosion of candy canes, wrapping paper, and cheap chocolate Santas. I grabbed my cart and started the monotonous task of organizing the bags of sweets. After about 15 minutes, I became aware of a man standing at the other end of the aisle. He was tall and lanky, wearing a black beanie pulled down low and a thick black winter coat, even though the store was heated. He was just standing there, holding a small packet of gummy bears, staring at it with an unnerving intensity. He gave me a weird vibe, but I was used to strange customers, so I just turned my back to him and kept working. 10 minutes passed. I glanced over my shoulder, and he was still there, in the exact same spot, holding the same packet of candy. He must have felt my gaze on him because he looked up, and our eyes met. A slow, creepy smile spread across his face. He started walking towards me, his footsteps unnervously quiet on the linoleum floor. He leaned in so close I could smell the stale coffee on his breath and whispered, "Hey, sorry to bother you, but how much are these?" I physically recoiled, startled by his proximity and the strange need to whisper. I pointed at the bright orange price tag on the packet. "It's $1.29, I said, confused. "It says it right on the packet." He thanked me, told me to have a good shift, and walked back to his original spot. I was thoroughly creeped out. The whole interaction felt wrong, staged. A few minutes later, he was back, leaning in close again. "Hey, sorry," he whispered, his voice conspiratorial. "What time do you finish your shift?" The question hit me like a punch to the gut. Why did he need to know that? I'm 17, and he was clearly in his 20s. 1,000 scenarios, all of them bad, flashed through my mind. But I was a teenager working a retail job, conditioned to be polite to customers no matter what. In a moment of sheer, stupid panic, I told him the truth. "I finish at 9, I said. It was the biggest mistake I could have made. His smile widened. He thanked me again and walked away. I watched as he slowly wandered around the nearly empty store for the next 10 minutes. Just before we closed, he came to the register and bought only the gummy bears and a bottle of soda. I didn't see him again for a week, and I had almost convinced myself that the encounter was just a one-off. A weird guy who didn't know how to interact with people. The following Tuesday, I was on closing shift again, tidying the same aisle at the same time. I turned around, and there he was, like a ghost from the week before. The exact same coat, the same beanie, the same unnerving presence. He repeated the same script, asking me again when I finished my shift. This time, I tried to be blunt, hoping he would get the hint that I wasn't interested. But my curt answers didn't deter him. He just smiled, lingered in the candy aisle for half an hour, and then wandered the store until closing, once again buying only a single bag of candy. He didn't show up for a few weeks after that, and I started to relax. Then, one night as I was clocking in, my friend and coworker, Sarah, pulled me aside. Her face was pale. "Hey," she said, her voice low. "You know that creepy guy you told me about? He was here last night, after we closed. He was just standing outside by the stairs." My blood ran cold. Our store was at the end of the strip mall, and all the other businesses were closed by then. Sarah said he was just standing there in the dark, his head down, as if he were waiting. She said when he saw the last of the employees leaving, he ran off. Another coworker confirmed her story. I immediately went to my manager and told her everything. She took it seriously, telling me to let someone know the second I saw him again. Weeks passed and he didn't appear. I started to hope he was gone for good. Then came another Tuesday closing shift. I was tidying the cleaning supplies aisle, just around the corner from the seasonal section. As I reached the end of the aisle and turned the corner, I ran right into him. My stomach dropped. He gave me that same awful smile, and it felt like he was looking right through me. I didn't say a word. I just turned and ran. I found Sarah at the registers and, in a panicked whisper, told her to get a manager immediately. I could see the guy following me, walking slowly and deliberately towards the front of the store. He saw me talking to Sarah, and his smile finally faltered. He quickly left, buying his customary bag of sweets on the way out. My manager took me to the back office to review the security footage. On the grainy screen, we watched him follow me through the aisles. She paused the video on a clear shot of his face. I was just glad they finally had an image of him. As the store was now closed, my coworkers and I were getting ready to leave. I was standing in line to buy a drink when Sarah, who had just stepped outside, ran back in, her eyes wide with terror. "He's here again," she whispered. I looked out the large front window of the store. In the dimly lit, completely deserted parking lot, he was standing by the concrete stairs at the edge of the curb, his head down, waiting. My manager told me she would walk me to my car. As we walked past him, I kept my eyes fixed straight ahead, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I got in my car, locked the doors, and watched in my rearview mirror as my stalker finally walked away, disappearing into the darkness of the closed strip mall. I haven't seen him since, but the fear has never really left. The fear that one day he might come back and wait for me to leave work. My friend Maya and I were practically joined at the hip during our first year of college in Chicago. We navigated the overwhelming city together, a pair of small-town transplants clinging to each other for survival. We were inseparable, spending our days in class and our nights exploring the city or just hanging out in our cramped dorm room. One chilly evening in October of 2023, we decided to treat ourselves to a movie. A new horror film had just come out that everyone was talking about, and we were both huge fans of the genre. We took the L train downtown to a large multiplex theater just off the Magnificent Mile. The area was buzzing with its usual chaotic energy. The rush of traffic, the glow of streetlights and storefronts, the diverse river of people flowing along the sidewalks. We had to park Maya's beat-up Honda Civic in a public garage a few blocks away from the theater. The walk took us through the heart of the city's nightlife district. Even at 9 o'clock, the area was crowded with tourists and people heading to bars and restaurants. As we were walking, I noticed a man across the street who seemed to be trying to get our attention. He was dressed head to toe in white streetwear, the kind of outfit that's meant to be seen, but the look was spoiled by a dirty blue bandana sticking out of his jacket pocket. At first, we just assumed he was yelling at someone else. This was downtown Chicago, after all. You learn to tune out a lot of the background noise. We kept walking, discussing whether we should get popcorn or candy. But a second later, he crossed the street, dodging a taxi, and planted himself directly in our path. He focused all his attention on Maya, his eyes roaming over her in a way that made me instantly uncomfortable. "Hey, what's your number?" he asked, his voice a little too loud, a little too confident. His smile was predatory. We both got a bad vibe immediately. Maya, always more direct than me, just said, "No thank you, we're going to be late for our movie," and tried to step around him. We started walking away quickly, but he called after us. "All right, I guess I'll see you after then." The words hung in the air, a casual statement that felt like a threat. We picked up our pace and didn't slow down until we were safely inside the bright, noisy lobby of the theater. The incident had left a sour taste in my mouth, but the excitement of the movie soon pushed it to the back of my mind. The film was great, genuinely scary, with a few good jump scares that made us both grab each other's arms. But I couldn't completely shake the feeling of unease. A few times during the movie, my mind drifted back to the man in white. I kept thinking about the look in his eyes, the way he had blocked our path. I was majoring in criminal justice at the time, and my classes were filled with stories about situational awareness and predatory behavior. My professors had drilled into us how quickly a seemingly normal situation could turn dangerous. I told myself I was just being paranoid, that my studies were making me see threats everywhere. I tried to focus on the screen, but a small part of my brain stayed on high alert. When the movie ended around 11, the atmosphere outside had completely changed. The crowds had thinned out, leaving the streets feeling vast and strangely quiet. Most of the stores were closed, their windows dark. The only real pockets of life were the bars, spilling muted light and music onto the sidewalks. As we started the walk back to the parking garage, we were both a little giddy from the movie, talking about our favorite scary parts. Then, my heart stopped. I saw him. He was leaning against a wall across the street, a solitary figure dressed in white, bathed in the cold glow of a streetlight. He was just standing there, waiting. Hoping he hadn't seen us, we started walking faster, our cheerful chatter replaced by a tense silence. We kept our heads down, trying to blend into the shadows. But it was no use. A minute later, we heard his footsteps quicken behind us. "Oh hey, there you girls are," he said, his voice slick and triumphant. Before we could react, he pushed himself between us and wrapped his arm tightly around Maya's shoulders, pulling her against him. Her body went rigid. We were both in shock, completely frozen for a second. My criminal justice lectures came flooding back to me. I knew I needed to get someone's attention. I saw a bouncer standing outside a nightclub about half a block away. I frantically tried to catch his eye, but he was deep in conversation with another staff member, his back turned to us. Giving up on the bouncer, I looked back at Maya. The man's hand had moved from her shoulder and was now groping her chest. Maya was trying to pull away, but his grip was like iron. I knew I couldn't leave her. I deliberately slowed my pace, so I was walking just a half step behind them, trying to assess the situation. That's when I saw it. Tucked into the back right pocket of his jeans was the unmistakable black handle of a taser. His right arm was free, his hand hovering just inches away from the weapon. A wave of pure cold terror washed over me. This was no longer just a creepy encounter. This was a potentially violent abduction. We were forced to keep walking, the man's arms still locked around Maya. He was whispering things to her, telling her how beautiful she was, how he was going to take her away to some tropical island. He told her he had waited outside the theater for 2 hours, just for us. He said he had friends who would love us. Each word was a new spike of fear. By now, we were in front of the parking garage entrance. "This is us," Maya said, her voice strained. But I couldn't let him follow us into that dark, empty garage. "No, wait," I interrupted, thinking fast. "This one was full, remember? We parked in the one up the street. It was a stupid lie, but it was the only thing I could think of to buy us some time. And then I saw them. A couple, probably in their 30s, was rounding the corner, walking a small, fluffy dog. They were our saving grace. The presence of other people gave me the courage I needed. I took a deep breath and started screaming. "Get your hands off of her. Leave us alone." I yelled, my voice echoing in the quiet street. The man's head snapped towards me, his face contorted with rage. His hand immediately went for the taser in his back pocket. But before he could pull it out, the couple came running over. "Hey, what's going on here?" the man asked, his voice firm. I grabbed Maya's arm and yanked her away from the man's grasp. "He's been following us." "We don't know him," I shouted. The woman motioned for us to get behind her and her boyfriend, who stepped up and got right in the creep's face, telling him in no uncertain terms to get lost. The man gave me and Maya one last, chilling look filled with pure hatred, then turned and ran off into the darkness. We stood there for a long time, shaking and crying, as the couple did their best to comfort us. They walked us all the way to our car, waiting until we were safely inside with the doors locked before they left. That night wasn't just unsettling. It was a terrifying lesson in how quickly the thin veil of safety can be ripped away, even on a busy city street. Growing up in a quiet, sleepy town in southern Pennsylvania in the early 2010s, my world was circumscribed by the 4 blocks of my neighborhood. It was a world of scraped knees, bicycle races, and endless summer afternoons spent playing outside until the streetlights flickered on, our universal signal to go home. My siblings, our neighborhood friends, and I were a tight-knit pack, and the yards of our neighbors were our kingdom. But there was one house, one yard, that was strictly off-limits. Mr. Harrison's house. Mr. Harrison was a ghost, a local legend whispered about among us kids. He lived in a small, tidy brick house at the corner of our street. His lawn was always perfectly manicured, the bushes trimmed into neat, precise shapes, but no one ever saw him doing the yard work. He was an old, reclusive man who we only ever saw in brief glimpses, a shadow moving past a window, or the back of his head as he drove his old beige sedan out of the driveway. The other kids had stories about him. They said he was a spy, or that he had a secret laboratory in his basement. But the most captivating thing about his property, the thing that drew all of our attention, was the rock. In the center of his perfect green lawn sat a large, flat-topped boulder. It was smooth and gray, dappled with moss, and it looked like it had been placed there by some ancient giant hand. To my 7-year-old mind, obsessed with Disney movies, it was the perfect aerial rock. I would spend hours sitting on my own front porch, staring at that rock, imagining myself sitting on it, singing part of Your World to the empty street. It became a fixation, a challenge. The forbidden nature of Mr. Harrison's yard only made the rock more alluring. One sweltering afternoon in July, I finally decided to do it. My older brother and our friends were engrossed in a game of kickball down the street, their shouts and laughter a distant soundtrack to my mission. I took a deep breath, slipped across the street, and stepped onto the impossibly soft, forbidden grass of Mr. Harrison's lawn. My heart was pounding. Every step felt like a thunderclap. I scrambled onto the rock, its surface warm from the sun, and sat cross-legged, my little kingdom finally conquered. I started to hum and softly sing my favorite song. I was lost in my own world, a mermaid on her perch. And then I felt it, the distinct prickling sensation of being watched. I slowly turned my head towards the house. There, standing in the dark rectangle of his open front doorway, was Mr. Harrison. He was an old, thin man with wispy white hair and thick glasses. He wasn't yelling. He wasn't moving. He was just standing there, watching me. And then, he smiled. It wasn't a warm, friendly smile. It was a small, tight, knowing smile that didn't reach his eyes. It was the most unsettling thing I had ever seen. I scrambled off the rock and ran. I didn't stop until I was safely in my own house, my heart hammering against my ribs. I never told my parents what happened. A few weeks later, I had another brief encounter with him. I was riding my scooter on the sidewalk in front of his house when he came out onto his porch. He held up a red lollipop. "Want some candy, little girl?" he asked, his voice thin and reedy. Before I could even answer, my older brother, who had seen him come out, was there, grabbing my arm and pulling me away. "We don't talk to him," he said, his voice firm. I didn't understand why, but I knew from his tone that it was serious. Years went by. We grew up, moved on to middle school and then high school. Mr. Harrison's house remained a fixture of the neighborhood, and he remained a ghost. I had all but forgotten about the incident on the rock, chalking it up to a weird childhood memory. Then, one day, when I was 16, I was at my friend's house. We were bored, scrolling through the internet, and out of some morbid curiosity, we decided to look up our neighborhood on a public records website. We clicked through property records and sales histories until we stumbled upon a link to the state's sex offender registry. We typed in our zip code. A map populated with little red dots, each one representing a registered offender. There weren't many in our quiet little town, and then I saw it. A single red dot, right on the corner of my street. I felt a cold, heavy feeling settle in the pit of my stomach. I clicked on the dot, and there he was. A grainy black and white photo of Mr. Harrison, his name listed next to a string of charges that I didn't fully understand, but knew were horrible. In that moment, my entire childhood shifted. Every memory of him was instantly recontextualized through a lens of pure horror. The silent watching from the doorway, the unsettling smile, the offer of candy, they were no longer just strange, ambiguous events. They were the actions of a predator. I thought about that little 7-year-old girl sitting on his rock, completely oblivious and vulnerable. The blood ran cold in my veins. I was lucky, so incredibly lucky that one of my family members or neighbors had seen me that day and pulled me away. Things could have gone so differently. That day, I learned a terrifying lesson, that evil can live right across the street, behind a perfect lawn and a quiet, unassuming smile. For 8 years, from the time I was 18 until I was 26, my world smelled of floor polish, refrigerated air, and the cloying sweetness of the bakery department. I worked at a large chain grocery store called ShopRite in my hometown in New Jersey. I started in 2012, fresh out of high school, and for the first few years, it was just a job. But then I met the man I came to call the Creeper, and my workplace transformed into a source of constant gnawing anxiety. I was 19, working as a cashier, when he first came through my line. He was a man in his early 50s, with thinning, greasy hair, a paunch that strained against the buttons of his perpetually wrinkled polo shirts, and a splotchy, reddish complexion that made him look like he was either permanently embarrassed or drunk. He had a nerdy, slob-like appearance that was immediately off-putting. For the sake of this story, I'll call him Carl. He only had a few items, so the transaction was quick. But the entire time, he just stared at me. It wasn't the casual glance of a customer. It was an intense, unwavering stare, like he was trying to memorize every detail of my face. It was unnerving, but I was trained to be polite, so I smiled and made small talk. As I handed him his change, he leaned in conspiratorially, his voice low and weirdly breathy. "You're very beautiful," he said. "How old are you?" I've always been honest to a fault, a trait that has gotten me into trouble more than once. I told him I was 19. I should have lied. I should have told him it was none of his business. He then asked for my phone number. I declined, making up an excuse about not having my phone on me. He persisted, but I held my ground. He finally left, but not before leaving a business card on the counter and telling me to think it over. After that first encounter, he became a regular fixture in my life. He started coming into the store only on days when I was working the register. He would seek me out, waiting in my line even if it was the longest one, ignoring the other cashiers who would call out to him that they were available. He would always say, "I only want to go to her. She's the best one." To everyone else, it probably sounded like he was just a friendly customer with a favorite cashier. But to me, it felt like he was claiming ownership. He would pepper me with personal questions. What kind of candy did I like? What did I do in my spare time? What was my favorite movie? I would give vague, non-committal answers, but he was relentless. I told my parents about him. My dad, in his typical old-school fashion, told me to toughen up and not be a wimp. But my mom, bless her, saw the situation for what it was. She told me to report him to management. I took her advice and spoke to my assistant manager, a smug, indifferent man who clearly had better things to do than listen to the concerns of a teenage cashier. He told me that unless Carl physically touched me or threatened me, there was nothing they could do. He was just a customer. I felt completely helpless and unsupported. The stalking escalated. If I had a day off and came into the store to do my own shopping, he would inevitably find me. He'd corner me in an aisle and ask when I was working next. One time, I asked him why he needed to know. His response sent a chill down my spine. He looked at me with his weirdly intense eyes and said, "I love you so much. I always want to be around you. You're so sexy and smart and kind." He then tried to hug me. I backed away and practically ran out of the aisle. This went on for 2 years. 2 years of looking over my shoulder, of my stomach twisting into a knot every time I saw his car in the parking lot. I took to wearing a ring my then boyfriend had given me on my left ring finger, hoping it would deter him. He didn't seem to notice it for a long time. Then came the day that I knew I had to get out of there. I had been transferred to work the register in the liquor department, which was a separate, smaller section of the store. One afternoon, I saw him enter the main store, and then, seeing me through the glass walls of the liquor department, he made a beeline for my register. He had never come into this part of the store before. He was literally going out of his way to get to me. "There's my girl, waiting for me like always," he said, as he unloaded his items onto the counter. My blood ran cold. It was that day that he finally noticed the ring on my finger. "You have a boyfriend?" he asked, his voice full of shock and betrayal. I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe this would be the thing that finally made him leave me alone. I told him that I did, and that I was very happy. Instead of backing off, he leaned in close, his foul breath washing over me. "Forget him," he whispered. "He'll never treat you the way I can. I can give you everything you'd ever want. I must have you as mine. Leave your boyfriend, come live with me. We can leave tonight after your shift." I was having a full-blown panic attack internally, but I managed to say, in a shaky voice, that I couldn't. As I handed him his receipt, he grabbed my hand, brought it to his lips, and kissed it. "See you soon, honey," he said before walking away. I felt violated, dirty. I must have sanitized that hand 10 times, but I couldn't wash away the feeling of his lips on my skin. That was the last straw. I went home that night and, in tears, told my mom everything. She agreed that enough was enough. I had already been job searching, and thankfully, I had received an offer from a smaller company much closer to our new house. I put in my 2-week notice the next day. I didn't tell Carl I was leaving. I swore my few friends at the store to secrecy. The last thing I wanted was for him to follow me to my new job. On my last day, I turned in my badge and was walking towards the exit, just steps away from freedom, when he appeared. He stopped me and asked, "What register are you on today?" "Oh, I just finished my shift," I told him. "Too bad," he said. "When are you working again?" "I'll get here early, maybe take you to lunch." "I don't remember." I lied, and then I walked away as fast as I could. I bolted to my mom's car, and as we drove away, I started to cry. Not tears of fear, but tears of pure, unadulterated relief. I was finally free. Back in 2023, the world was trying to remember how to be normal again, but I was still struggling. I've always been a quiet person, the type who prefers a book to a party, and the years of isolation had only deepened my social anxiety. At 23, my circle of friends had shrunk to almost nothing, and I was desperately lonely. I worked from home as a graphic designer in Portland, Oregon, a city teeming with vibrant, interesting people I had no idea how to approach. So, in a moment of what felt like brave desperation, I downloaded Hinge. I made my profile explicitly clear, just looking for some cool, platonic friends to explore the city with. I figured it was a long shot, but it felt safer than trying to strike up a conversation with a stranger in a coffee shop. I matched with a few people, and the conversations were mostly forgettable, but one guy, Leo, seemed different. His profile was filled with pictures of him hiking near Multnomah Falls and at indie concerts at the Crystal Ballroom. He was into the same obscure video games and 80s horror movies that I was. For about a week, we texted constantly. The conversation was easy and natural, flowing from one topic to another without any of the awkwardness I usually felt. He was funny and seemed genuinely kind. We graduated to video chatting, and he was just as charming on camera. He never once said anything that made me uncomfortable. It was all just friendly, engaging talk. I finally felt like I was making a real connection, and I let my guard down completely. After a month of talking almost every day, we decided to finally meet in person. It felt like a huge step for me, but I was more excited than nervous. We agreed to meet at Pioneer Courthouse Square, a big open space in the heart of downtown. I thought a busy public place on a sunny Saturday afternoon would be the safest possible option. I'm a very small person, barely 5 feet tall, and I've always been acutely aware of my own physical vulnerability. Leo knew my height from our chats, but when I saw him waiting for me by the fountain, the difference was still jarring. He was at least 1.5 feet taller than me, a towering figure who seemed to block out the sun. He immediately clocked me as someone who would be an easy target, I think. And he was right. We sat down on a bench, and I tried to launch into the same easy conversation we always had online, talking about a new movie that had just come out. But he wasn't really listening. He seemed distracted, his eyes scanning over me in a way that made my skin crawl. He kept interrupting me to ask, "Can I hold your hand?" The question was so out of left field that it completely threw me. We were supposed to be friends, and this felt intensely intimate and unearned. I felt a hot blush of embarrassment creep up my neck. I shook my head, trying to be polite. "I'm not really comfortable with that," I explained gently. That was the wrong thing to say. His friendly demeanor vanished in an instant. He stood up and started pacing in front of the bench, his movements agitated. He began ranting, his voice getting louder with each word. He complained about being 19 and still a virgin, how women never gave nice guys like him a chance, and how I was just like all the rest, not even willing to let him touch my hand. It was a full-blown insult meltdown, right there in the middle of a crowded square. People were starting to stare, and I shrank back into the bench, wishing the ground would swallow me whole. I was terrified. I didn't know what to say. Arguing with him, pointing out that his personality was the problem. seemed like a surefire way to make things even worse. So I just stayed silent, my heart hammering against my ribs. I guess he realized his tantrum wasn't exactly winning me over, because he sat back down, this time pressing his leg right up against mine. I tried to scoot away, but before I could move more than an inch, he grabbed my hand, his grip surprisingly strong and painful. With his free hand, he pulled out his phone. "I'm going to show you my favorite porn," he announced, as if this were a perfectly normal thing to do. I tried to pull my hand away, my voice trembling as I said, "Please don't." But he just ignored me, his thumb already swiping across the screen. He typed something into the search bar and turned the phone towards me. I will never forget what he showed me. It was a clip of animated pornography, the kind they call hentai. A woman was being held down and assaulted by a group of grotesque, monstrous creatures. Her animated face was twisted in pain, and the audio was filled with her screams of "stop." And he, the man sitting next to me, was watching with a look of intense pride, as if he were showing me a masterpiece. A wave of nausea washed over me. I finally snapped out of my frozen shock. "Turn it off," I said, my voice much louder and sharper than I intended. "That is completely inappropriate, and it's literally a depiction of a sexual assault. I don't want to watch this." That's when he truly lost it. He jumped to his feet again, his face dark with rage, and started yelling at me. He screamed that as a woman, my only purpose was to please men like him. And then he said the words that will haunt me forever. "If I want to, I can rape you. That's my choice. And you should be grateful that someone like me finds you attractive enough to even want to do that to you." He wasn't joking. His eyes were filled with a dead serious hatred. For a few seconds, I couldn't breathe. The entire world seemed to shrink down to just his twisted face and the terrifying words hanging in the air between us. My survival instinct finally kicked in. I stood up on shaky legs and forced a brittle smile. "Wow, okay," I said, trying to keep my voice from breaking. "I just remembered. There's a new book that just came out, and I really want to check if Powell's has it." I started walking towards the famous bookstore a few blocks away, praying he wouldn't follow. But of course, he did. He trailed a few steps behind me, silent now, which was somehow even more terrifying. I spent the next 10 minutes wandering aimlessly through the aisles of the massive bookstore, my mind racing. I was frantically trying to figure out how to get away from him. He got bored quickly and told me he was going to use the restroom, which was located on a different floor. That was my chance. The second he was out of sight, I ran. I didn't just walk quickly. I sprinted out of the store and down the street. I ran like I never have before, my lungs burning, not daring to look back. The 20-minute walk home took me less than 10. I burst through my apartment door, slammed it shut, locked every lock, and collapsed onto the floor, sobbing. After the initial terror subsided, a new, colder fear sunk in. During one of our video chats, I had taken the call while walking to my usual bus stop. He had seen the street signs, the buildings, the exact corner where I waited for the bus to go to my co-working space every morning. He knew my schedule. It wouldn't be hard for him to find me. I immediately blocked him on every platform and sent his picture and name to my family and my few close friends, explaining what had happened. For months, I lived in fear. Every morning, walking to that bus stop in the pre-dawn darkness felt like walking a tightrope. Every tall man I saw sent a jolt of panic through me. Thankfully, I never saw or heard from him again, but the encounter changed me. It shattered my trust and left a deep, lingering fear that I still carry with me. It was a brutal lesson that some people don't see others as human beings, but as objects to be used and discarded. The woods behind Northwood High School were our sanctuary. This was back in the fall of 2018, my freshman year. For me and my group of friends, that tangled stretch of forest was a place to escape the fluorescent hum of the school hallways, a place where we could be ourselves. We'd go there after school to smoke cigarettes we'd stolen from our parents, talk trash, and generally feel like we were getting away with something. There were a few abandoned structures scattered throughout the woods, the crumbling foundation of an old farmhouse and a graffiti-covered concrete pump house by the creek. It was our territory. One crisp October afternoon, the five of us, me, my best friend Nathan, and our friends Chloe, Sam, and Isabella, were deeper in the woods than we usually ventured. We were following a deer trail, the ground a carpet of vibrant red and yellow leaves that crunched under our feet. That's when I saw it. Sticking out of the trunk of a large oak tree was a knife. It wasn't a pocket knife. It was a big, menacing dagger with a dark wooden handle and a long, gleaming blade. A horrible, cold feeling washed over me instantly. This wasn't some kid's toy. This was real. Nathan, who was always the boldest of our group, walked over to the tree and, with a grunt, pulled the dagger free. He held it in his hand, the blade catching the afternoon sun. We all just stared at it, a silent, uneasy feeling settling over our group. My first thought was that it was a prank, some elaborate joke left by older kids to scare us. At least, that's what I was hoping. Nathan, thinking it was cool, carefully wrapped the dagger in his spare sweatshirt and put it in his backpack. Against my better judgment, we pushed the unsettling discovery to the back of our minds and continued our exploration. It wasn't long after we found the dagger that I started to feel like we were being watched. I was the first to notice him. He was a man, dressed entirely in black. Black hoodie, black jeans, black boots. He was keeping his distance, always staying just at the edge of my peripheral vision, partially hidden behind the trees to our right. I couldn't make out his face. His hood was up and his head was bowed. "Hey guys," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. "There's a guy over there, following us." They all stopped and looked in the direction I was pointing. They didn't see him. They laughed it off, telling me I was being paranoid, that the dagger was making me see things. They thought someone was just messing with us, and they weren't scared. But I couldn't shake the feeling of dread. The man's presence felt heavy and menacing. We walked for another 20 minutes, the mood now slightly tense despite my friend's attempts to joke around. We came to a small clearing, and that's when they all finally saw him. This time, he was closer, maybe only 30 feet away. He was standing perfectly still, partially obscured by a large maple tree. I still couldn't see his face, but I could see a flash of a dark red t-shirt underneath his black hoodie. We all froze. The woods were suddenly dead silent. For 3 long, terrifying seconds, we just stared at him, and he stared back. Then, with a sudden jerky movement, he turned and ran deeper into the woods, disappearing behind the trees. "We have to go. Now," I said, grabbing Nathan's arm. The pit in my stomach had grown into a solid knot of fear. There was no more joking. We all turned and started heading back the way we came, walking at a fast, determined pace. We were trying to downplay it, to convince ourselves it was just some weirdo and that we were overreacting. We kept that pace for a minute or two, the silence between us thick with unspoken fear. Then we heard it. The loud, unmistakable crunch of leaves and the snap of a twig directly behind us. We all whipped around. And there he was, no more than 20 feet away, trailing us. The moment we made eye contact, he broke into a run, and so did we. Panic erupted. We were sprinting through the woods, adrenaline coursing through us. I was at the back of the group, and I could hear him behind me. He was so close I could hear his heavy, ragged breathing. He was practically on top of me, maybe just an arm's length away. I'd pushed myself harder, my lungs burning, my legs feeling like lead. I was sure he was going to grab me. We ran blindly, stumbling over roots and pushing through branches. We somehow managed to stay together, our shared terror a tangible thing that connected us. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes, we burst out of the woods and back into the relative safety of the school parking lot. We collapsed onto the grass, gasping for breath, our hearts pounding. We looked back at the woods, but he was gone. We sat there for a long time, trying to process what had just happened. We never talked much about it after that day. It was too terrifying to revisit. We never went back into those woods. We never found out who that man was or what his intentions were. Was it his dagger we had found? Was he waiting for someone? Or was he just waiting for a group of unsuspecting kids to wander deep enough into his territory? I don't have the answers, but I'm just glad we got away. It was one of those perfect late summer nights in 2023. I was 14, and my best friend Jessica was sleeping over. We were at that restless age where the confines of my suburban house felt like a cage. We were bored of scrolling through TikTok and wanted an adventure, even a small one. A sudden, intense craving for McDonald's milkshakes struck us both at the same time. The local McDonald's was only about a mile away, a straight shot down the main road of our quiet, tree-lined neighborhood. It felt like a safe and easy journey. My mom, after some convincing, finally agreed to let us go by ourselves, a small but significant step towards the independence we so desperately wanted. We set off into the warm, dark air, the sound of crickets filling the silence between the streetlights. The walk there was uneventful, filled with the kind of silly, giggling conversation that only teenage girls can have. We felt so grown up, walking alone at night. We reached the bright, garish glow of the Golden Arches and went inside. The restaurant was mostly empty, smelling strongly of grease and disinfectant. A few tired-looking employees were cleaning up, and a couple of other people were waiting for late-night orders. As we stood in line, a man who was sitting alone at a table got up and held the door open for another customer. He was middle-aged, with thinning hair and a sad, paunchy look about him. He seemed completely ordinary. We ordered our milkshakes and were waiting for them when Jessica suddenly grabbed my arm and pulled me aside. "Don't look now," she whispered, her voice tense. "But that old guy is staring right at my butt." I thought she was joking at first and started to laugh, but she was completely serious. I risked a quick, subtle glance over my shoulder. The man was sitting back down at his table, and he was indeed staring directly at us. His gaze wasn't casual. It was a fixed, intense stare that made my skin crawl. He wasn't even trying to hide it. Jessica was visibly creeped out and wanted to leave immediately. As soon as our milkshakes were ready, we grabbed them and headed for the door. To my absolute horror, as we walked out, he got up and followed us. The night air, which had felt so pleasant on the walk there, now seemed menacing. The shadows cast by the trees looked darker, deeper. We started walking faster, our sneakers making loud, panicked sounds on the empty sidewalk. We could hear his footsteps behind us, a heavy, steady rhythm that matched our quickening pace. We didn't then dare look back. We just kept walking, the silence of the suburban street amplifying the sound of our own frantic heartbeats. The silence was finally broken by his voice, a gravelly sound that cut through the night. "For young girls, you two have really nice asses," he called out. We both flinched but didn't respond. We just walked faster, breaking into a power walk. But he wasn't done. "I wonder what your panty sizes are," he yelled, his voice closer now. "I'd love to give you both a wedgie." At that point, pure, primal fear took over. Survival mode kicked in. We looked at each other, our eyes wide with terror, and we just ran. We abandoned our milkshakes, dropping them on the pavement as we sprinted as fast as our legs could carry us. We could hear him running behind us, his heavy footsteps pounding on the concrete, getting closer. It was the most terrifying sound I have ever heard. My lungs were on fire, and my legs felt like jelly, but I just kept running, fueled by pure adrenaline. My house was still a few blocks away, an impossibly long distance. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow, felt like a new threat. Finally, we saw it, the familiar sight of my house at the end of the street. We ran with a final desperate burst of energy, not looking back, not daring to slow down. We scrambled up the front porch steps, and I fumbled in my pocket for my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the lock. Just as I managed to turn it, I risked a glance behind me. He was still running after us, his face twisted in a terrifying grimace. And then I saw it. In the dim glow of the porch light, I saw the glint of metal in his hand. He was holding a knife. We threw ourselves inside, slammed the heavy wooden door shut, and locked the deadbolt. My mom, hearing the commotion, came running into the entryway, a look of confusion on her face. We were both sobbing and gasping for air, unable to speak. I just pointed at the window. My mom looked out, and her face went white. He was there, on our front lawn, screaming obscenities at the house, still talking about our asses and our underwear. He paced back and forth for what felt like an eternity, the knife still clutched in his hand. Then, as suddenly as he had appeared, he turned and walked off down the street, disappearing into the darkness. We called the police, but by the time they arrived, he was long gone. That night destroyed my sense of safety in my own neighborhood. The 1-mile walk I had taken 100 times was no longer a familiar path. It was a route marked by terror, a reminder of the monster who had chased us home. When I was 15, back in 2022, my family took one of our weekend road trips. This time, we were headed to the outlet malls in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. It was a regular family affair. Me, my mom, my grandmother, and my younger brother, all packed into the minivan for a day of bargain hunting. The town had a quaint, charming feel to it, the kind of place that seems completely safe, a world away from the dangers you hear about on the news. As a typical teenager, I was itching for a bit of freedom. I loved my family, but I was tired of being constantly supervised. I managed to convince my mom to let me go off on my own for a little while. I promised to stay in the same block of stores and to keep my phone on. My first stop was Claire's. I was drawn in by the explosion of glitter and color visible from the doorway. The store was an assault on the senses, in the best way possible for a 15-year-old girl. The air was thick with the sugary scent of cheap lip gloss, and every available surface was covered in brightly colored jewelry, phone cases, and hair accessories. I was happily browsing a spinning rack of earrings when I noticed him. He was an older man, maybe in his 50s, and he just seemed completely out of place. He was wearing clothes that were just a little too worn, a little too drab for the cheerful surroundings. He was looking intently at a display of fluffy headbands and other girlish trinkets. My first thought was that he must be a dad or a grandpa, struggling to pick out a gift. I've been watching scary stories since I was a kid, so a part of my brain registered his presence as odd, but I tried to push the feeling away. I moved over to the same section, wanting to look at the headbands myself, and stood a few feet away from him. We were the only customers in the store besides a bored-looking cashier who was engrossed in her phone. After a moment, the man turned to me. He had watery, pale blue eyes and a smile that seemed forced, like it didn't quite fit his face. "Excuse me," he said, his voice a little raspy. "Which one of these do you think a girl your age would like the best?" I gave him my honest opinion, trying to be helpful. He mentioned he was shopping for his daughter's birthday, and the explanation temporarily eased my slight unease. I tried to help him pick something out, but the conversation started to drift. He began asking me questions that had nothing to do with shopping. He asked what school I went to, what grade I was in, if I came to these outlets often. Each question was a small, subtle push against my personal boundaries. I started to feel uncomfortable, so I gave vague, one-word answers and began moving away, drifting to other sections of the store, but he followed me. I went to look at necklaces, and a moment later, he was there, asking if I thought his daughter would prefer silver or gold. I moved to the makeup section, and he appeared beside me, asking about eyeshadow palettes. The small store began to feel incredibly claustrophobic. He was always there, always with another innocent question, effectively cutting off any escape route. The cashier remained completely oblivious. I felt a growing sense of panic. I was trapped. At that very same moment, my mom was in the Yankee Candle store next door. She told me later that she was smelling a jar of some apple cinnamon scented candle when she was suddenly hit with an overwhelming, inexplicable wave of pure dread. It wasn't just a fleeting thought. It was a cold, physical sensation that gripped her stomach. She said it felt like the floor had dropped out from under her. She didn't know why, but she knew with absolute certainty that I was in danger. She tried to dismiss it as just a mother's anxiety, but the feeling was so powerful, she couldn't ignore it. She immediately pulled out her phone and called me. It went straight to voicemail. She sent a text. "Are you okay?" When a minute passed with no response, her anxiety turned into full-blown panic. She left her half-chosen candles on a shelf and hurried out of the store to find me. Back in Claire's, I had finally decided I had to get out. The man's relentless presence was too much. I checked my phone and saw the missed call and text from my mom. It was the excuse I needed. I mumbled something about my mom waiting for me and walked quickly towards the exit. Just as I stepped out of the store and into the bright open-air walkway of the mall, I saw my mom walking briskly towards me. I smiled, a wave of relief washing over me. But as I got closer, I saw the look on her face change from frantic worry to something else, a cold, hard fury I had never seen before. She grabbed my arm and pulled me into a fierce hug, her eyes fixed on something over my shoulder. Later, in the safety of the car, she told me what she had seen in that split second. As I walked out of the store, the man had rushed out right behind me. His face was no longer smiling. It was a grim, determined mask. His hand was outstretched, just inches from my shoulder, as if he were about to grab me. But the moment he saw my mom, his eyes widened in shock. His face went completely pale. His arm dropped to his side, and he turned and practically fled, disappearing into the afternoon crowd. We never called the police. It all happened so fast, and he was gone before we could even process it. But I have never been more grateful for my mom's intuition. I don't know what that man was planning to do, but I know that on that seemingly safe sunny afternoon, I was saved by a mother's love, a force so powerful it could feel danger from a store away. It was the winter of 2019, and the air had that sharp, clean bite to it that always made me feel alive. I was 10 years old and completely obsessed with basketball. My life revolved around the squeak of sneakers on a polished court, the satisfying swish of the net, and the camaraderie of my team. We were a tight-knit group of girls from a small town in Arkansas, and we had just qualified for a regional tournament in Tulsa, Oklahoma. For us, this was the big leagues. The trip itself was an adventure, a multi-hour drive packed into our parents' minivans, fueled by junk food and the kind of excited chatter that only a car full of kids can produce. I remember pressing my face against the cold window, watching the landscape shift from familiar wooded hills to the flatter, wider plains of Oklahoma. The world felt enormous and full of possibility. We checked into a decent-looking hotel, a Holiday Inn Express just off the highway. It wasn't fancy, but it had the one feature that mattered to us more than anything: an indoor swimming pool. After a long day of travel and the nervous energy of our first two games, all we could think about was plunging into that chlorinated water. Our parents, exhausted but willing to indulge us, agreed. We scrambled into our swimsuits, a flurry of brightly colored spandex and excited shrieks, and descended upon the pool area like a miniature tidal wave. The room was steamy and echoed with our splashes and laughter. We played Marco Polo, had cannonball contests, and just enjoyed the freedom of being kids on a trip. It was perfect. I was in the middle of a particularly intense game of trying to hold my breath the longest when I surfaced, gasping for air, and my eyes landed on them. There were two men sitting in a pair of plastic lounge chairs over by the far wall, away from the other parents. They weren't talking or looking at their phones. They were just sitting there, watching us. One was stocky with a thick dark beard and a faded baseball cap pulled down low. The other was lanky, with thinning hair and a nervous energy about him, constantly rubbing his hands on his jeans. They weren't parents from our team. I knew everyone. They just looked out of place, their street clothes seeming drab and heavy in the humid, brightly lit pool area. A little knot of unease tightened in my stomach. I tried to ignore it, telling myself they were probably just guests waiting for someone. I dove back under the water, the muffled sounds of the pool a temporary comfort. But when I came up again, they were still there, their gaze fixed on us. I subtly pointed them out to my friend Sarah, who just shrugged and went back to practicing her handstands in the shallow end. I decided I was just being paranoid and forced myself to focus on having fun. A little while later, our coach, Coach Miller, announced that it was her birthday and that pizza and cake were on the way. The news sent a fresh wave of excitement through our group. Just as the celebration was about to begin, I noticed that the two men had finally gotten up and left. A wave of relief washed over me, and I chided myself for being so jumpy. When the delivery guy arrived with stacks of steaming pizza boxes, my mom suddenly started rushing us out of the pool area and into the adjacent party room. Her movements were sharp and hurried, her usual easygoing smile replaced with a tight, strained line. I thought it was strange, but the allure of pepperoni pizza quickly overshadowed my curiosity. The party was a blur of greasy fingers, sugary frosting, and singing happy birthday at the top of our lungs. After we had eaten our fill, it was time to change out of our wet swimsuits. A big group of us, maybe 7 or 8 girls, all giggled and shoved our way into the elevator to head up to our rooms on the 3rd floor. Just as the doors were sliding shut, a hand shot out and stopped them. It was the lanky man from the pool. He stepped inside with us, a strange, tight smile on his face. The playful atmosphere in the elevator evaporated instantly. The space suddenly felt incredibly small and suffocating. We all fell silent, shuffling nervously to the back. Before the doors could close again, my dad, who had been right behind us, wedged his large frame into the elevator. He didn't say a word, just stood there, his presence filling the small car. He gave the man a long, hard look. The man's smile vanished. He looked incredibly uncomfortable, his eyes darting everywhere except at my dad. The moment the elevator stopped on the 2nd floor, he practically bolted out, muttering something under his breath. When we finally got back to our room, my mom sat my brother and me down. Her face was serious, and she explained what had really happened while we were celebrating. It turned out the lanky man hadn't just left the pool area. He had approached my mom while she was waiting for the pizza. He started by asking innocent enough questions, like where our team was from and what we were in town for. But then the questions got more personal and unnerving. He wanted to know about the girls on the team, asking their ages and if they were all staying on the same floor. He then launched into a long, rambling monologue about a construction project he was supposedly working on nearby, describing it in excruciating detail as if trying to establish some kind of legitimacy. The whole time, he kept trying to persuade my mom to leave the party and go to a club with him and his friend. She told him no repeatedly, but he was incredibly persistent, refusing to take the hint. He made her feel trapped and deeply uncomfortable. The reason she had rushed us out of the pool area so quickly was to get away from him. Hearing this, a cold dread seeped into me. The image of him in the elevator, his weird smile, the way he had been watching us in the pool, it all clicked into place in a terrifying way. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the hotel hallway, every distant slam of a door, sent a jolt of fear through me. I was convinced the man was going to find our room, that he would try to get in and hurt us. The thin hotel door felt like no protection at all. I imagined his face, his eyes, and I started to cry silently into my pillow. My older brother, who usually loved to tease me, must have sensed my terror. Without a word, he came over and lay down in the bed with me. His presence was a small comfort in the vast, dark room. I don't think I properly fell asleep until the first light of dawn started to filter through the curtains. Luckily, nothing else happened that night. The next morning, as we were checking out, tired and ready to head home, we saw them. The two men, still in their work clothes and construction vests, were passed out in armchairs in the hotel lobby, snoring loudly. They just looked like 2 exhausted workers, not the monsters I had imagined all night. But that didn't erase the fear I had felt. It was a stark lesson that danger doesn't always look like it does in the movies. Sometimes it just watches you from a lounge chair by the pool. By the time I was 19, my best friend Liam and I considered ourselves seasoned veterans of urban exploration. We lived just outside of Cleveland, a city full of decaying industrial giants and forgotten buildings that called to us like sirens. We had a mutual fascination with the beauty of decay, the stories that lingered in the dust and graffiti of abandoned places. We had explored old hospitals, derelict schools, and crumbling theaters. But our favorite spot, our crown jewel, was a massive 6-story abandoned warehouse down by the Cuyahoga River. We called it the Goliath. The Goliath was a brick and steel behemoth that had once been a textile factory. It had been empty for at least 20 years, and it was our personal playground. We knew its layout like the back of our hands. The broken window on the second floor that served as our secret entrance, the rickety stairwell that led to the roof, and the breathtaking view of the city skyline from the top. We had spent countless nights there, just hanging out, talking, and feeling like we were on top of the world. One cool summer night in 2022, we decided to make a trip to the Goliath. But this time, it wasn't just the two of us. Liam had recently started dating a girl named Becky, and she had never been on one of our adventures. She was, to put it mildly, not the urbex type. She was terrified of the dark spiders and the general concept of tetanus. But she wanted to be a good sport and see what all the fuss was about. To make it a group thing, Liam's older brother, Mark, and his girlfriend, Sarah, decided to tag along as well. Mark and Sarah were more like us, always up for a bit of thrill-seeking. The 5 of us piled into Mark's beat-up car and drove down to the industrial flats. The familiar silhouette of the Goliath loomed against the night sky, dark and imposing. I could already see Becky's wide, nervous eyes in the rearview mirror. We parked a few blocks away and made our way to the building. The crunch of gravel under our feet the only sound in the dead of night. Getting in was a well-practiced routine for Liam and me. We scaled a rocky embankment, crossed a set of rusty train tracks, and made a 4-foot leap onto a low-hanging section of the roof. From there, it was a short walk to our broken window on the second floor. Liam and I slipped through with ease. Mark and Sarah were right behind us. Becky, however, was frozen on the rooftop, her face pale in the moonlight. It took several minutes of gentle coaxing from Liam to get her to finally climb through. The inside was pitch black, the air thick with the smell of dust, damp concrete, and decay. The only light came from the faint glow of the city filtering through the grimy, broken windows. Liam and I led the way, our phone flashlights cutting sharp beams through the darkness. We were joking and laughing, trying to lighten the mood for Becky's sake, but her hand was clamped onto Liam's arm in a death grip, and she jumped at every sound. We spent some time exploring the upper floors, showing them our favorite graffiti tags and the old, rusted machinery that was still bolted to the floors. But the main event, the place that always gave the biggest thrill, was the basement. The stairwell leading down was narrow and steep, the concrete steps worn and crumbling at the edges. As we descended, the temperature dropped and the air grew heavy and damp. The basement was a vast, cavernous space, a labyrinth of thick concrete pillars and shadowy corners. The only light came from a single high window at the far end of the room, casting a pale, ghostly rectangle on the debris-strewn floor. As the others walked ahead, Sarah pulled me aside. She had a mischievous glint in her eye. "Hey," she whispered. "I have an idea that will scare the hell out of Becky." She bent down and picked up a small, flat piece of scrap metal from the floor. Her plan was to throw it deep into the darkness at the opposite end of the basement, to make a loud, unexpected noise. It was a bit mean, but we were all constantly pulling pranks on each other, so I nodded in agreement. We caught up with the group, who had stopped near the center of the vast room. Sarah gave me a quick nod, and then, with a flick of her wrist, she sent the piece of metal flying into the darkness. We waited, a smirk on our faces, ready for Becky's inevitable shriek. The metal clattered against a concrete pillar, the sound echoing loudly in the silent basement, and then hit the floor with a final sharp clang. But before Becky could even react, before we could even laugh, another sound ripped through the silence. It was a scream. A loud, guttural, terrifying scream that came from the darkness directly in front of us, from the very direction Sarah had thrown the metal. It wasn't a human scream. It was too deep, too guttural, filled with a raw, animalistic rage that made my blood run cold. It was the sound of something ancient and furious that we had just awoken. For a split second, all 5 of us were frozen in pure, unadulterated terror. Then, our survival instincts kicked in. We turned and ran, a panicked, scrambled flight back towards the stairs. We didn't care about being quiet anymore. We just wanted out. We all scattered, each of us finding a different way out of the building. A testament to how well we knew our escape routes. I found myself climbing out of a different broken window on the ground floor and sprinting across the train tracks. We all eventually made it back to the car, one by one, gasping for breath, our faces pale with shock. Needless to say, Becky has never joined us on another Urbex trip. We've been back to the Goliath since then, during the bright, safe hours of the day, but we've never again ventured into the basement. We never found out what made that sound. Was it a homeless person we had startled? An animal? Or was it something else? Something that had claimed the dark, forgotten corners of that building as its own? I don't want to know. The worst part is thinking about what would have happened if Sarah hadn't decided to pull that prank. We were walking right towards it. The scream wasn't a warning. It was a response. And I'm just glad we never found out what it was responding to.